There's no intro. Yeah, so I don't think it's appropriate, man. There's a lot of people that want to, kind of hear what's going on there. So I think I owe it to them for that, 100%. So, but thank you guys. I appreciate you bringing out. What's up? How you doing, everybody? In Cape Sweet. Appreciate you guys. Hey, done fucked up. Yeah, that's for sure. I did. I did really good, and I'll explain basically how that went down, and you know, take my licks because I deserve the shit out of them for sure. I deserve to be flamed and roasted to oblivion for that. So I'll accept that for sure because I mean that's what I deserve. Not beating around the bush there. So basically, I'll hit that right away just so you guys have context, and I'll readdress it of course over and over for people. So basically, what happened what was the entire like Chrissy Mayer thing like happened. Where she had Melanie on and whatnot, and I the while she was streaming, I was like stream sniping it. Okay. And I was like, well, I have a great idea. I'll raid her, right? So I messaged her. I was like, hey, can I raid you? I don't want to bring you any drama, basically. And, but a lot of people want to hear from Melanie, and I have a lot of people in my audience right now, right? And she said, of course, yeah, right away. She was really excited for the raid. And then the shitstorm happened, right? Of course. What's up, Shadow? Thank you, man, for the 5,000 kicks, man. I really appreciate that, dude. What the hell are you doing? Thank you, buddy. Shadow. Love you, buddy. So, at any rate, I raid her, and of course, we all know the rest of the story. It got really, really bad, right? So, she messaged me immediately after this, right? And she's like, what happened? Boy, what do you, she said, do you have a beef with Melanie or Jeremy? And she said she had no idea what was going on. So I like explained it all to her, basically, you get what I'm saying. And that was kind of the end of it. But she kind of like lied completely to me and all these DMs to Antonina and to Vinty and everybody else. So that kind of what started this whole fucked up thing, right? Witness the bead. So the snow like keeps rolling here, and I go on D-Day Cobra's show, and I said like a dumbass, by the way. I was like, hey man, I've had DMs with Chrissy. Here's what happened. And I shouldn't have said that. That was really freaking stupid of me to say that. Because what I should have said is, here's what I think happened, right? Because we were discussing motivations loosely. And, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, a lot of you know what I'm saying. Being way too loose in a time period where people need to be very direct because this is some important shit, right? So, at any rate, I said that. And 2 days later, I'm getting DMs and people saying, drop these DMs. And I'm like, what are we talking about? And after 30 seconds, I understood what we were talking about. And I was like, oh, fuck. So, obviously, I got on X and said, hey, I don't have a DM saying this. I miscommunicated this terribly. And essentially lied. Yeah, people are saying, well, you basically lied. Yeah, sure. I agree with that. And I own it, and I deserve people to flame the hell out of me for it. Because there's a lot of people like covering this shit, and they're doing a better job than me. And you know, I'm just kind of, not helping the situation, right? So I don't, I won't be covering the quartering stuff anymore because, like I said, there's other people doing it better, and I'm just muddying up the fucking water, being a dumbass, and I don't want to do that because there's people that deserve the viewership that are doing it in a better manner than I'm doing it. So yeah, I don't intend on covering it anymore. But I appreciate everybody that's hanging out with me, of course. But I fucked up, and I have to own that fuck up, and I have to let you guys drill my ass into the ground. So because that's just how it works. It's how this works. And I feel like a stupid bastard. I promise you. I feel like a dumbass, man. But that's how this thing works. So at any rate, yeah. As soon as I saw the people floating around drop this DM, I was like, oh shit, I gotta post this and say I don't have this, because if I just put my head in the sand and lie and say I don't have shit, that makes it way worse, right? So I tweeted it as fast as I could, to let people know that I'm a dumbass and that is not what happened. I don't have a DM, so and people were like, oh, so you basically lied. And I was like, yeah, sure, I agree. It's the same thing. It's the same thing as lying. Misspeaking like that, same thing as lying. So I deserve that. Thank you, Shadow, for your 5. I'm blaming Nick. I'm not gonna argue that. Thank you, Shadow, for your 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. But anyways, I appreciate you guys still hanging out and still supporting your boy. But I do feel like a dumbass. I feel pretty stupid. So I would like. I'm okay with you hating on me for sure. Speak your mind. Um, but yeah, I saw some really interesting comments today of people saying, they're saying, hey, we can't trust what you have to say from now on, and that's very reasonable. That is very reasonable. I've had some people say they're unsubbing because they can't trust what I have to say. Extremely reasonable. I'm not going to shit on anybody about that. So T-Rex says being Worski in the moment, admitting you fucked up while they were on L. Yeah, I wanted T-Rex travels. I wanted Worski to announce it live. Okay, because I did not want it to play. It was within like I think 20 minutes of Worski messaging me. I was like, fuck, no, I don't have that. Announce live, I don't have that. And I'm appreciative that they did that. And so, Def Parade says, you making any changes? Get moving forward? Yeah, for sure. I'm not going to be loose-lipped, and I was very relaxed in what I was saying, and I shouldn't have done that, right? Because that's like what pisses me off the most at myself is I really enjoy the chat and I really enjoy the camaraderie and stuff, and I feel like I betrayed everyone, and I've been laying up all night like a dumbass. Like, my dad called me, and he's like, "Hey, what's up?" And I'm like, "Bro, I mean, I'm not in a good way. I betrayed everyone." And my dad's like, "But who cares?" And I'm like, "No, you don't understand. Like, he's my dad. Who cares, right?" So, but yeah, I feel like a dumbass, and
Fuck.
I think you went down to the Spurs bench with 8 minutes to go in the game. Like, what was kind of the thought process to do it in the middle of the game there rather than kind of wait for the end?
I mean, at that point, you ain't going back in, so you're just trying to give them the respect they deserve. So yeah.
With how they handled you guys, like how much work do you guys have to do going forward here to catch up in the Western Conference and
to catch up
and to contend again?
I don't know, man. I think that I don't think that's a question for me.
And so last year in the West Finals, you said OKC was kind of like on a string defensively. San Antonio looked like they had a lot of that look in this series as well. What did you guys have to do? Were you guys be like that on the defensive end?
We just gotta listen to the coaches. Yeah, we got a hard time of like processing stuff and going out there and doing it. We try to do stuff on our own. I think that's our problem.
You feel like the regular season is the time to start building that stuff?
Yeah, I feel like you're supposed to build championship habits or playoff habits in the regular season. Yeah, great question. I think so. Yeah.
All right, so we're going to unpack some of the things that Ant said there, but here is the moment where he said he was just giving them the respect they deserve. 8 minutes were left in the game. Your reactions to this moment?
I've watched the NBA and been a part of it for a long, long time. I've never seen this. The guy walking into the huddle with 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter and dapping up the entire team. Too much for me. Obviously, you can do that after the game and show plenty of respect. That was a little strange for me.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. I've never seen that before. I mean, I do like what he said that he wants to give respect, but I think you wait and you have to take your licks at the end of the game, like everybody else. I do want to say, I mean, he was definitely hobbled. Minnesota definitely hobbled. With DiVincenzo out, Io didn't look like he was full strength either, and they played hard. It was a valiant effort, but it was. I mean, he was right. San Antonio was just a better team.
Yeah. Now, you had a reaction there to what you said at the end about needing to build a team that has championship habits, playoff habits. I didn't get to hear the question he was asked, but what were you thinking when you heard that?
Well, you would think that they would have that by now. You would think that they would have that. They've been to the Western Conference Finals. You would think over the years that they built that. I understand. I think this is Julius Randle's second year, but you would think that a team that has been there
they would have those habits. So the fact that they don't have those habits is very disappointing to me. Because once you get here, and I say this all the time, the playoffs has a way of revealing what's inside you. Now, I didn't like what I saw from some of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Ant was definitely hobbled. DiVincenzo was out. But some of the things I saw, I didn't like. And what I will say is, as great as Ant is as a basketball player, there's still some growth for him as well. Because as a leader, I would not have walked down there and shook their hand. I would not have walked down there and shook their hand with 8 minutes left in the game. As a leader of my troops and my guys, I will not show that weakness. The game is not over. I got 8 minutes left. I still got smoke coming out of my ears, so I'm so damn mad and we losing. Let me calm down for those 8 minutes since I'm not in, and then after those 8 minutes, I'll go down there and I'll congratulate them and their coaching staff. But in the middle of the game, when I got guys that have sat the bench and cheered me on, no, I'm gonna sit there and cheer those guys on. I'm gonna put that energy back into those guys, and then when the game's over, I'll go over there and shake their hands. So that's just the way I handle things. I'm a little bit different. I'm a little bit old school. I understand there's a different generation, but I don't think if they were beating San Antonio, Wendy would have went down there and shook his hand with 8 minutes left. I don't think so. I damn sure know Wendy would have went down there and shook his hand.
I don't even know if that's old school.
Yeah. So for me, I love Ant-Man as a basketball player. I love where he's going to be as a basketball player, but as a leader, the next few steps he needs to make are little small details and things like that, because other people on your team, those guys are always watching you and they're following you whether you know it or not.
Yeah, I mean, I watched that press conference, and obviously I'm not in Ant's head. I don't know what he was thinking, but you feel like you could sense a little bit of frustration a bit. Just
anytime you hear a player say that's not my decision,
yeah,
he's saying somebody got to make some moves. Do your job. Anytime you hear a player say that's not my decision, he basically saying y'all do your job up there.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, what do you want the Timberwolves to take from how this postseason went?
Well, I think it's important to not overreact, because I actually think they did phenomenally well. They handled Denver. Okay, they lost DiVincenzo. The Sumo has been hurt most this second round, and Ant's been hobbled. So for them to get to 6 games against a phenomenal team, like, let's not throw everything out here. Let's not overreact. Now, habits. Were we 100% happy with those? Okay, we can improve there. Can we improve the roster? Absolutely. But you also have to look at it. This is a Western Conference that's getting to becoming a 2-horse race.
Yes.
Right? Like 2 extremely talented, deep teams with futures and assets and all sorts of growth capital and potential. So you can't get too carried away, and you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. I think they have to look at this thing this summer, see how can they meaningfully improve their roster, and then start to build those habits back up. But this is a team that's done well the last 3 years. They did very well this year, considering the injuries. They're well coached, and they have Ant. Ant is a cornerstone. He's a guy like Wemby doesn't really bother Ant the way he bothers almost everybody else. So I think there's a lot of things they can build on here. They just got to make sure they're very strategic, and I don't know how much flexibility they have off the top of my head, but these are big decisions because it has gotten so tight at the top of the Western Conference.
I also think if you look back at the regular season means something. I thought they did great in the playoffs. They competed. They had a great first round, but they should have never fallen to whatever they fell to, like
Yeah.
a 6 seed. To see a tough Denver and go to a long series and fight through all that with Ant hobbles, they were just, for me, a little bit too inconsistent all regular season. They lose some games. They had big leads with like a minute left, and I mean, that Phoenix game comes to mind when they were up 7 or 8 and they lose a lead like that in a minute. And they had numerous of those games. And I just think that's where it starts. They had some turnover issues all year long, some inconsistency. Maybe they add a point guard to get some relief for Ant. He had a lot on his plate at times. So we'll see. But I agree with Steve. They have a lot of good pieces there. Unfortunately, Julius couldn't show here in the second round. They really needed him to step up here in the second round, and just didn't get enough. But they got good pieces, and we'll see what they add this summer to keep improving their roster.
Yeah, we'll see what unfolds in the offseason. Did you have something to say?
I thought your point about this sort of becoming a 2-horse race is very true. But what we're seeing right now in the NBA is you can't really have weak links on the floor. Like Oklahoma City, sure, you can say, okay, you know what they're shooting with defensively, 1 through 5, they all guard. San Antonio, 1 through 5, they all guard. So when you think about putting a roster together, if you're Minnesota, it's like trying to figure out where exactly do you attack it, because the rest of the rosters really in the West, they are not quite I don't know the answers to it, but it is a really interesting thought of how you go from, okay, we got this team, Rudy, and obviously the cornerstone, Rudy, your defensive-minded player, and like what little tweaks do you make? As you were saying that, I was trying to think about what the answer is, and the problem is these two teams are so good. There's not just a clear-cut answer.
And just to add some context, as you all are thinking about the offseason, and to Gobert, Randall, McDaniels, Reed, all under contract next season. Io, Bones, Conley, all free agents, and of course, Dante's likely out for a lot of next season. So we'll just have to see how that unfolds there. But the Timberwolves season, it's over after a loss to the Spurs tonight. And you know the tradition here on Nightcap. We have our favorite tradition. It's time to say our official goodbye. Dirk Nowitzki,
Take him to church, Dirk.
the floor is yours.
Is it really?
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dirk Nowitzki. That's all I got for you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the smooth sounds of Dirk Nowitzki.
Sexual chocolate.
We'll be right back for more smooth R&B and jazz hits.
Good stuff, Dirk.
Good stuff.
It never gets old, by the way. Never gets old.
I'm Taylor Rooks with NBA on Prime. Thanks so much for watching. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button to see interviews with your favorite players, experience the most exciting moments from around
year in the biggest tournament in European poker history. An unbelievably lucky run of cards. I'm at the main event final table of the World Series of Poker Europe. There's $2 million per person. I'm here for 10 days to prove myself and win myself a WSOP bracelet. Before the best poker session of my life, I said goodbye to my son across the world. Every day I pick up Tony around 5 p.m., take him to the park and play for a bit, and then come home and try to read to him a couple stories. Yay, good job, Tony. Get a few hours of just me and him time. I won't be able to do that for around a little less than 2 weeks. Back when I was in school, I always felt like I performed better when my back was against the wall. When the pressure was at its absolute highest, the night before a test, I could focus and study 12 hours in a row. It feels the same way having a kid. I need to succeed. The pressure is on. If I'm heading to Europe, leaving him for 2 weeks, I have to do well. I can't mess up. I'm leaving my home in Taiwan and flying to Europe to play the World Series of Poker. Not because I'm chasing some lucky shot at glory. Well, I am. But mostly because they offered me $30,000 to play, which is insane, considering my YouTube channel makes about $2,000 a month. So I'm leaving my son behind a few weeks, and I like to think he understands, because this is the kind of opportunity you dream about, and it would be a shame to waste it. I planned out my schedule meticulously to minimize risk, but spend all my money before I left. Now, none of this is money in my pocket. This is credit. Tournament credit. So I need to make the top 15% to make any actual money. The first tournament is one of my lowest buy-ins, so win or lose, we'll have plenty of credit left. I got the unlucky seat in the house where everyone around me is a professional. At this very moment, a professional player looks at the size of their stack and does simple math. You divide your stack size by the big blind. That tells you what your strategy is going to be. Me, on the other hand, I'm trying to turn my camera on. I got pocket king the very first hand. Yeah, that's right. That's right. He's talking about this. I haven't picked it up yet since I was running late, so I'm told not to film. So I got kings, and I was trying to seem as chill as possible. Like, sure, I don't need to film this, no big deal. As soon as the camera was off, Leah raised me to 15,000. That's basically an invitation to go all in since she committed most of her stack. But when I turn my camera back on, she shows pocket tens. So right off the bat, we get a great situation where we hold our hands and double up. That's basically as perfect as a start as you could possibly have. And Leo, she's not just some pushover. She won over $1 million last year playing poker and made a deep run in the World Series of Poker main event. I gave her the backstory just to say that I beat her again, which felt pretty good. I checked in with Kitty, and she has 200,000 chips. She's trying to win on me. I can close my eyes right now and picture that bracelet. $150,000 cash. We could really use that right now. I open my eyes again. We're 15 players away from cashing the first tournament. This is the bubble stage, where shorter stacks tighten up a lot, and the big stacks play super aggressive. The bubble can last for one hand or over an hour. About 30 minutes go by, and I lose 100,000 chips waiting it out. But then we got some good news. I already know your reaction, but we made the money.
Which one?
Yeah, we just made the money. It's Disney.
No?
Yeah, we just made it.
No, this is even money back. It's not even make money.
Yeah, so I knew that was gonna be your reaction. So far the minimum cash out is 1,040 euros, and the buy is 1,000 euros. So everyone just made their money back. However, because I was free rolled, I just made 1,000 euros.
And it's mine.
Huh?
From now, today. Oh, shit.
Huh?
Can we?
I don't know. I can't hear. Ding the dong. And then no one's happy because the cash is nothing. We landed at 4 p.m. By 10 p.m., I already had 1,040 euros locked up, and I had a good stack. For the first time, it felt like all the hours I put in were starting to pay off. Then I got moved to a new table. Looked down at the best hand in poker. Pocket aces. I raise. Player 2 to my left goes all in. I snap call. He has pocket ace. All I need is for the best hand to hold. Flop is tiptoeing around the 8, but we're still safe. Then the turn's a 7, and somehow feels like a knife through my chest. We're out in 100 something place, right before the day 2 bounds even started. I was honestly pretty disappointed to not make day 2 of the tournament yesterday. In 8s?
Wow, so sick beat.
Yo, are you sulking about the min pass yesterday? Stop being a fucking pussy. You know how hard it is to cash tournament? There's another one today. Who the fuck is that guy?
That good-looking homeless guy is another YouTuber who got credit, just like me, to playing the World Series of Poker. Ryan, how'd it go for you?
I'm not as big a deal as Frankie, so I got only $20,000, and I turned that into zero. Why are you making me record this update? You can just look at my hand in mob where there's zero evidence I was in Europe at all. Thanks, Frankie.
I would not be able to do this if it wasn't you guys watching. Thank you so much. I'm giving away $1,000 to 2 fans every single weekend. Here are the 2 winners this week. I'm picking the next ones on Saturday. Put the first link down below if you want to enter the giveaway and win too.
I told my son about the $1,040 big cash, and he seemed pretty hyped. Time to run it back.
Today's the smallest buy-in of the trip. Kitty couldn't even be bothered to leave bed to play. But me, I still really care about this.
565 euros starting right now.
I came several hours late, so I'm starting short stack, but kind of close to making the money.
Sometimes playing poker is worse than watching paint dry. Today I'm lucky to see a card higher than a 6. It's unbearable. Finally I see 2 picture cards in the same color, and I'm all in with the short stack. He has an ace with his picture, and we get to play essentially a hand of blackjack for $650. Dealer! 5 chances to pair our hands. Let's go. And this is why I never play blackjack.
2 hours of folding to wait for king 10 suited. Gonna defer the blame on this one. But 1-1 now it's not a bad record. I see my friend Abby poker playing, and it pushes me over the edge. I decide to rebuy. This is going better. I double up with 3 Rakanis in less than 5 minutes. And now Corey Iring comes behind me. He just bought in too. He thinks he's at my table. What a good sweat. And it's the same situation as yesterday. We're getting close to the money. Big stacks get to flex, raise a lot. Me, still a short stack, gotta play conservative. That said, I love hands like this one. And any suited hand facing a small raise is good enough to call out of the big blind. The dealer puts out the first 3 cards. Like a group of girls that walk into the bar, I see a lot of potential. He makes the same bet as before. Whenever you have a draw to a flush and a straight at the same time, you want to raise. And that's why I go all in. I got a monster draw, but damn, I hope he folds. The big stacks are always trying to bully people here. He thinks and calls with 8-7 offsuit. What? We have a 50% chance to win the hand. Well, our dream of winning a bracelet will have to wait.
Okay, day 3 in Prague. I have spent 2,000 euros and I've gotten back 1,000, which isn't a bad return, but if I left here with 15k euros, wouldn't feel like a great trip. But today's the main event. It's 5,000 euros. Kitty's going to play right now. The one that has the WSOP golden bracelet. This is the one that you need to win to be the biggest poker player in the world. Here we go.
This year I've made working out a non-negotiable habit. Kitty goes to start the tournament at 12 o'clock. She's there for hand number 1, the very beginning. I instead prioritize at home. Nothing in life is more important than your health. It took having a kid to realize how important longevity is in life. I quit doing all the stupid stuff that you do at 21 and 20 years old, drinking, smoking. I'm just dialed in on trying to live as long as I can so I can be there for him, well, as long as I can. At 3 o'clock, I write the tournament. I walk up to check on Kitty, and she gets knocked out that very hand. That could have been me if I'd come on time. It's the butterfly effect, I guess. 1 minute after sitting down, I bluff all in with ace-queen. And work too. The next hand is pocket 10s, and I win again. Now queens, all in the first hour. I re-raise the professional with the 3rd best hand in poker, and he re-raises me again. Poker strategy is entirely dependent on how many chips you have in relation to the big blind. Quick maths, you would see that I have 130 big blinds right now. The only hand I want to get all in is pocket aces. My hand is too weak to raise again. The poker gods saw my hand and said, "Not today, Frankie." The pro continues betting, but it's only for 20% of how big the pot is. So even though I hate the king out there, I call 1 time. The next card is interesting. When he checks, there's no reason to bet unless I want to start bluffing, which I don't. And the same is true on the last card. I check again, and he shows queen 8. My guy, that's not a good hand. We're on a bit of a heater, but still have to like 7 hours of poker to go. Then I get caught bluffing for a third of my stack. Taiwan's #1 ranked player last year. Alright, it's main event dinner break. We finished with 80,000. A lot of really interesting hands, good plays. Kid's got 110,000 on second ball with E. We had 60-minute break and then we had 4 hours of poker. Really proud of the way that I've battled so far. A few bluffs, even work, a lot of value hands. Long term. I really want to make it on one try. So come on. We're back in 60 minutes. Not to start at one, coming back from break. I lose 10,000 quickly, but then I get dealt the third best hand in poker. A cocky Canadian player who just won a bracelet this term raises me to 2,500. He has quite the stare down. I re-raise him back to 10,005, and he just throws a stack of 5,000 chips into the middle. I get a count, and it's 47,000. He's obviously trying to pressure me to fold, but all I see is that he's committed himself to calling my all-in. It's a much different situation than earlier. I have 70 big blinds, comfortably push my stack all in, and he snap calls. And tables pocket jacks. I just called him. Right before break, we just snuck in queens with jacks. Crazy cooler. On our way to have 50K. Next level, I double up a short stack. I had 2 pair, he had a straight. But not 20 minutes later, I have another massive hand. I called him all in with pocket jacks, and he has ace king. 120,000 chips on the pot. Fate in the dealer's hands. Let's go! Yes! Huge pot in the main event. Now we have like one of the top stacks in the entire room. And this is a 6-day tournament. Last day, winner gets 2 million euros. Plus the bracelet that's supposedly worth another 500,000 USD. Only the top 15% of players that play this tournament make the money. And the money in this tournament is 10,000 euros. As good as it feels like now to have chips, good chips, we have to make it to the end of day 2 before we make any money. This still means nothing. 38 minutes till midnight. The dealer gives me pocket jacks again. I raised 4,500. German pro calls in front of me. Then another professional from UK goes all in for 28,000. So folds back to me. I have 2 decisions since folding is not happening. I should call or raise. The player behind me has 160,000 chips, which is why I don't want to raise. It's just way too much to get all in with pocket jacks. So I call the 28K. And now the German guy, well, he makes our worst nightmare come true. He would never go all in as a bluff. It's impossible because another player is already all in. So he's going to have to show his card. When you're bluffing, you don't want to show your card by any means. This is really a sweat because I worked so hard to get to this point with this many chips. And to watch it all crumble in front of me, it's jacks. Most likely, we call and we lose to pocket queens. It's unlikely he has ace kings since he didn't re-raise me before this. The other way we die is if he has ace king and the dealer pitches an ace or king out there. I find a little bit of comfort in the fact that I have a remaining budget to try this tournament again tomorrow. This is a big spot, but I feel like folding and getting shown ace king would hurt, and I trust my rig doesn't have aces and kings. I make the call. He has ace king of clubs. For a chip leader side pot, we need no ace or king. The UK pro has queens, which sucks, but he only has 28,000 chips to take from us. You want to know what happened? We flop pot set. Now as long as no queen comes, we scoop everything. We are officially one of the chip leaders in the biggest tournament in European poker history. I've had so many day ones just not in the best, and for it to finally happen in my favor is just insane. I feel so fucking good. I mean, pocket jacks might be my new favorite game of poker. It's just in a set, and everything is much easier. I can't wait to tell Kitty what I bag. Next video is day 2, where I played the most money I have in my life on a free roll. Will this be the tournament that changes my life? Let's go find out.
You guys familiar with my friend Emily?
A little bit.
Okay. So Emily's posted on Hack vs. Anonymous, and Emily's got some more information about, Emily talks to Greg Opie Hughes regularly, like every day on the internet. Emily knows that Greg is lurking on Reddit and the O&A forum as a sock account. It's been exposed, but he continues to post and communicate directly with Emily over this. And this post says, exposing Carol's lies about Opie. She writes, Carl freaked out when I made a post about Opie being banned from Gebhardt's. Remember that when I freaked out?
Yeah.
Which, that's actually true. He really is. Opie hasn't live streamed Gebhardt's since February. He used to live stream once a week there. Also, it's odd how Carl admitted to Opie being on a Reddit and Twitter, and now he denies it. I show those clips in the video. He also is trying to make me seem like I'm the only one talking to Opie. Meanwhile, the entire O&A forum talks to Opie and knows it's him. According to Carl, the expert, who's been stalking and obsessing over Opie for 9 years, I'm wrong. Roll my eyes emoji. So this is fascinating.
It's a pretty strong case, to be honest.
It's fascinating.
Quite the indictment on you.
Because if you go down and you look at the screenshots that Emily posts here, you'll see the communication she's having with Greg OB. And she's even tagging me in it. And so here's an example right here where Emily writes, "Thank you, David Zeller. I know I'm right about this. I'm also right about everything you achieve." And the hashtag Emily Investigative Productions. And Opie, Long Island Clan, writes back, "They were watering down the road sodas. The Oak Star left that dive on a principle." She thinks that's Opie. Because Opie would write road sodas in 2026 on Reddit. Makes sense, right?
Kind of does.
And then, you're feeling this, aren't you? Is that your chop out here? That's good. I like that. And then she's got another one out here that she posts where she responds to him saying they wanted other road sodas. She goes, "I called it. I knew you left that place. But according to the expert Carl, you were still there. That is funny they banned you, especially with how much you were promoting that place." And so Greg responds to that. And Greg says, "The Oak Star was never banned. He left because they were watering down the drink, and hygiene was banned with Indian staff spitting and shitting all over the place." Emily thinks this is really Opie, who's using an avatar of the picture of Opie, pretending that to be Opie talking about Indians spitting and shitting.
I didn't realize Opie was so racist.
So racist. You still believe this after this super obvious troll? And she writes back, "Carl's an idiot and he's wrong about everything." Okay, well,
Broken clock.
Emily World Order. Yes, that's true. Emily World Order. Very funny stuff. This troll doesn't respect her that much. I know. They're not even trying to pretend they're Opie anymore. These Indians are spitting and shitting all over the more hate, Carl. Lemmy or Emily? Emily, I think, she's not on a show. If she was co-hosting with Husey, she'd win in a landslide. She brings you up a lot whenever she gets a chance. But sometimes she's on B-Dabbler, so that's always fun. The Opster starts his shows off very similar to how Bill Burr does.
Let me tell you a story. The devil, he has a plan. A bag of bones in his pocket. Get everything you want. A young lovers. The whole thing is over. I think I missed a lyric in there, but what the hell? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Opie Radio Podcast. It's FU Friday, bitches. So let us know in the chat what bothered you this week. Okay, right. It's the lyrics of like a Johnny Cash song.
Nope. No. Why would you say that? It's obviously a song. Opie even said he missed a word. He's like, that sounds like it could be a Johnny Cash song.
I see why he likes Tony P better, though, after this.
Tony P is a cheerleader.
Yeah, he's just sitting there snapping along, swaying to the music.
Tony P loves everything Opie does. He cackles at Opie, as we're going to see in some of these clips. But Opie's not done singing yet. And he explains to Ron that, no, that's Talking Heads, David Byrne. And Opie's going to sing more David Byrne for us.
David Byrne with the oh no, it goes. I have a video where he went like this. Oh, I love everything about David Byrne.
Ron, nothing to the conversation. He was like, "Ron, calm down over there, buddy. Yeah. David Byrne, big suit guy. Yeah, we get it."
Is Ron doing the robot?
Yeah, I know. Remember when David Byrne's like, "I am a robot." That old gag.
I'm about to pull a Gallagher.
Nope, you gotta stay here. That's why you're shackled. All right, so Opie is in a grumpy mood, it turns out. It looks like he's having a good time. Starts off singing. You think that it's like, sweet, I'm here with my friends. It's Happy Friday. This is great. But no, it turns out he's actually quite ornery for a very specific reason.
But today I'm going to be a little ornery, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I microwaved coffee, and I had to put almond milk in it. Almond. I'm not going to be happy in about 2 minutes. Bro, why don't you just have it black? I don't know what that is. Black coffee in bed. Squeeze on your home of rock and roll. Why would I have black coffee?
I drink black coffee.
I have black coffee as well, bro. You need
That's what real men do.
No, black.
By the way, what type of milk did you put in your coffee?
Almond.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's almond. Almond milk.
Oh, no, you gotta go black, Opie.
You'll never go back. Ron, when you pronounce the word wrong, it's comedy. How have we not learned this yet? How long have you been doing a show with Opie? Almond? That's not a type of milk.
He should be well versed in.
I know. Even Tony P's like, it's almonds. Just play along with his laugh. Idiots. Yeah, let's get past this. Remember, it's funny because he pronounces it wrong. But Vinny fell for it. Opie I was waiting for him to finish the job. Oh, yeah, no, it's coming. Opie can't help himself.
Good.
He's got to go for it. But he gets it wrong. No, this is not how this joke ever goes.
Perfect. I said it many times over the years. It's kind of a hack bit, so I want to acknowledge it ahead of time, but it is the truth. I take my coffee like I take my women. I don't mind a little color. I don't mind a little color, but it's got to be, it's got to be that type of color. Not black. It's night. Are you guys crazy?
Hell yeah, man.
What the fuck was that? It's a hack bit, but I don't like black women. What?
Opie likes his women like he likes his coffee.
To go. There you go. So I guess he doesn't like Kevin Brown's Ooga Booga one, apparently, according to Opie. Jesus Christ. What the fuck was that? I know it's a hack bit. Fuck black chicks.
Is it whiter the better?
Yes.
That's nuts.
I like my coffee like, wait. Straight milk. Zero coffee. Jeez, okay. But Anthony's the racist one. Gotcha. Well, Ron doesn't miss a beat here. He's got to get in his joke about blackout.
You know who takes his coffee black? Bill Burr. Just like old Burr.
I love Tony's reaction. Watch this again. Tony gives the perfect reaction to this joke.
Coffee black? Bill Burr. Just like old Burr.
Tony just goes, oof.
I'm leaning out of frame.
Just rolls his eyes and tries to get the fuck out of there. Yeah, because he's married to a black woman. Ugh, yeah, good stuff. I mean, this couldn't be more hack. At least Opie said this is going to be hack.
Yeah.
Whereas Ron's like, you know who else likes their coffee black? A guy who's married to a black woman.
I don't know about you guys. I'm having fun with that.
It's funny stuff. It's really good. And Opie has an FU ready to go. He's got a couple FUs ready to go, which is good. Sometimes it doesn't bother me. But no, today he is ready to go with his FU for FU Friday.
Bro, what are you talking about? You think
I got FUs? Can I start? Because I didn't even have an FU today. I'm not even going to lie to you. And then I turned on the local news, and the weather girl with the fucking mole on her biceps. So I tuned to another channel. I couldn't take the mole on her biceps. What are you doing?
What channel is that?
Oh, Clark Gillies!
All right, a couple things going on here. First off, the idea that Opie complained about a mole on a woman's arm when he puts fucking Ron's face on his stream every morning, and we just stare at this girl. It's insane right there. Ron's face is pressed against the screen for 30% of the fucking episode. She's like, oh, there's a black mark on that woman's arm over there to show his herpes sore. What the fuck? I mean, they're showing his herpes off as Opie's complaining about this. I got something for this. Now, at the end of that, we heard a little spurg out, that little Clark spurg out. What the bit they were doing right before this, before the FU, was let's name famous Clarks. And Opie's like, oh, can we name famous Clarks? And then they move on, thank God. And they start doing FU Friday. But the chick gets involved and starts naming famous Clarks. So that gets me right back into famous Clark talk.
Clark Gable! Clark Gable! Did I steal that one from you, Tony?
No,
Clark Gable?
you didn't steal that one from me, Ron.
Wait a minute. Scott Watson's got one. Clark Griswold!
Clark Griswold, man.
Dude, this is all I want to do today. This is why I'm not famous anymore, because I get
Kelly Clarkson.
Who?
Kelly Clarkson.
Kelly Clarkson!
All right. Every now and again, Opie has a moment of clarity. So I'm not famous anymore. So all I want to do is try to name famous Clarks with you guys. With you guys. Isn't this fun?
Is that like a friendly rivalry between Ron and Tony?
Yes, and Opie has set this up. Okay. Because he plays favorites to Tony, and so Tony's like an ass kisser. He's the ball washer guy, whereas Ron's the guy who's like, I gotta set this show straight. It actually brings some content, make it so that this isn't embarrassing for all of us. And Opie really plays into the Ron stinks. I like Tony P. Did you see that, Vinny? Ron's been trying to get Opie to come to his open mic gigs forever. Open mic, I guess, is rude. There's a line of them open micers.
How dare you?
They do send a line up ahead of time of open micers. So it's not like put your name in the hat kind of thing, but whatever. So Opie finally goes to this place that Ron's the waiter at, and he watches Tony P do comedy and praises Tony P the next day. You were the funniest comic. You're so great. It's all Ron's wanted is that acknowledgement.
Did Ron do to this guy?
I think Opie's embarrassed by him.
Then why have him on? Why are you just tormenting him?
I've got nowhere else to go. That's really what the answer is. Like, Opie's out of options.
Didn't I send you like a clip because Ron is putting on a stand-up show.
You did text me this the other day.
I don't know where it showed up, but Ron is actually putting on his own show. And Opie, you better go to that. Be a friend.
Dude, light up. I should have told that photo. There are women older than Joan Rivers on this show. Multiple. Like, what are you guys doing? It's over. Not to be Chan Zumai, but you're still trying to be a comedian? Why? In a movie, go to bed.
It doesn't look like a great lineup. I'm not
It's
trying.
not a great lineup. One of the guys is so old, his headshot's in black and white for real. It's not great. So, Tony P knows what the people want, which I appreciate. He must be listening to a lot of podcasts.
People go, hey, why aren't you famous anymore? Because I get stuck on stupid shit. I want to just do this for 20 minutes.
Yeah, but this is what people want to listen to, man.
Of course it is.
Nope. And Opie immediately, he's like, I know that naming famous Clarks is not good content. So he goes, no, this is great. And he goes, yeah, I know. Of course it is. It's not, Opie. It's nobody wants to hear you guys try to figure out what famous Clarks are. Go to the chat and get excited about it. As what happens here is Opie gets very excited.
Oh, hold on. We got another one. I'm sorry. Scott Watson up the river. Lewis and Clark. Oh, come on. Yeah. There you go. Oh, my God. Look, they're coming in like crazy now. John Court's down there in Philly. Dick Clark. Keep going. Keep going.
When are they going to get to the fireworks factory? Holy shit. Is this really what the show's going to be? Opie spurting out over people who are posting in the chat famous Clarks?
He's trying to come across as self-deprecating, that he doesn't enjoy this, but he's clearly enjoying it.
Yes.
Do his kids play games like this with him? Where do you even, as an adult man, come up with, let's name Clarks?
Because he's so fucking lazy, he doesn't put any work into a show. So he's like, oh, this will kill 20 minutes. He thinks as long as people are talking, he's working.
Okay.
It's not working. Well, none of it's working.
It's just such a childish bit. Yeah, like, if you were an adult, you'd be, like, talking about the news. You'd be talking about something. Like, you would have an actual conversation.
Vinny, not to cut you off.
It's fucking gibberish.
Not to cut you off, but this is the segment of the show where I spy with my little eye something red.
Kool-Aid.
All right, so let's get to the FU that Opie wanted to get to, the real FU. Not the mole on the arm, a real FU.
A sinkhole opened up on the LIE. There are people right now in their cars just cursing God. They're cursing God.
There's a sinkhole in the LIE, the traffic's all backed up.
He's laughing like his spell works.
I did that, Opie. I hate that guy. It's insane that he's that excited. Hey, I want to tell people in my chat, do not start putting Jack names in here. I will not pull them up on screen. You're not going to fool me with that shit. So, Tony B is very excited.
Levin.
God damn it. It's Clark is the thing. So, Tony B is very excited about this single. He loves it. He loves that this happened to someone other than him. And then Opie has what I think is maybe the worst take he's ever had. He doesn't understand how life works. It's why no one listens to him, because he's just dumb. It's why he usually doesn't have takes on things, because he knows he doesn't understand things.
You got the FIFA. FIFA's coming to town. The World Cup's coming to town. They are putting in a pristine soccer field
at MetLife Stadium with brand new grass right now. How much is that costing? Can't they use that money to fill in our damn potholes?
First off, New Jersey's a different state. I mean, he's talking about the LIE. Ah, look at this LIE. It needs some fixing over here. How come New Jersey's putting in grass in their stadium? Well, because, I don't know if you know this, but the World Cup's going to bring in billions of dollars. I'm guessing it's probably worth the investment on that front. It has nothing to do with public transportation. Absolutely nothing to do with that at all.
Yeah, I don't think Opie's a real estate guy.
I don't think he understands how
I think he's a real guy.
I have a feeling that putting in that grass at MetLife Stadium is going to be worth it. I think they're going to, after the fact, be like, yeah, that was a smart move on our part. Yeah. Sold out a lot of soccer games. And a lot of people coming to New Jersey for that, so that's cool. How much are those tickets going to cost? Germany's playing there at the end of June.
There you go.
It's Ecuador. I know. I want to go to that game. I probably should have bought tickets already, huh?
Probably, yeah.
I'm really bad at buying tickets in time.
How can you write it off?
For things. Oh, should I start a soccer podcast for like one episode? What if it takes off? Fuck. We have to do this goddamn soccer podcast now. Suck. All right, well, don't worry, guys. There's more Clarks to be had.
One of my... No, I'll go to you in a second, because I don't want to lose this, because John Court's down there in Philly. We're missing a big one. A big one. Bobby Clark from the Flyers.
Bobby Clark and the Flyers.
Tony B, who moves his mind over everything. Yeah. It's like, yeah, sure, man. If you say so. Like, we're going to interrupt Rod to say that. Rod was like, fuck you.
Say the line, Tony.
That is a sour look on Ron's face right there, and I don't blame him.
Well, because it's like, who cares? Yeah, there's lots of guys who played sports and shit. There's Will Clark. I don't want to get into it. That's not the point. The point is, like, why is Opie so obsessed with this Clark thing? He's derailing the show over and over again. Get back to how expensive grass is. Like that kind of talk.
Well, this wasn't about Bobby Clark. This was about interrupting Ron.
Yes, correct. And Opie knew who he was, so he wanted to show off.
There's a lot of it.
I know he's a Flyer, so I wanted to prove to you I knew that. But anyway, what we're going to see right here is something I think we should maybe use on the creep off.
Okay.
Opie comes up with a really good idea.
By the way, we got $20. It is Super Chat Friday. You give me money and I give it to these guys. So just give me money.
You know, we do a little thing on the creep off, Eddie. Super Chat Monday.
We do.
What if all that money went to me?
Why would that happen?
I don't know. Opie came up with the idea. Then you give it to the other guys. I think that's a really good idea.
All right.
Super Chat Monday. All right.
I mean, I didn't know you were hurting that bad. I know they stole your water tank system and everything.
They did. My RO system was stolen. I thought that was a good idea. I could be wrong. Well, let's read what this super chat says.
Daniels. F you Friday to Opie's Sabres curse. Opie's a fake Sabres fan, not like producer Chris. A real Sabres fan, Ronnie. Get the hell out of there, Ronnie. Can someone get this guy hooked on phonics?
I love it. Tony P loved that one. Get the hell out of there, Ronnie.
I'm starting to think there might be a gas leak in Tony P's house.
Yeah. Carbon monoxide. He's just passed out. So, I love this, obviously. They're calling out Opie being a big Sabres fan. Producer Chris gets a nod. And they tell Ronnie he's too good for the show. All great things. Worth the $20 from, by the way, a guy named Matthew O'Daniels. Opie really struggled with that one. We'll find out more about that. But Opie is not happy with this super chat. He scolds him.
By the way, that name is Matthew O'Daniels.
Oh yeah, all right. That would be Opie. What the fuck? Dude, I was like, and we're saying he's hooked on phonics. Maybe the host of the show. Yeah.
You're on a hard time with that one.
How did I not see that's Matthew?
O'Daniels. Matthew O'Daniels. This Matthew O'Daniels.
All I know
is read it like an Irishman. F you Friday, Opie. Sabres curse. Opie is All right, listen.
Ronnie, get the hell out, Ronnie.
All right, listen. There's so much going on in this horrendous super chat. Guy wasted $20. After you priorities.
I love that. Opie's pissed about it. This guy wasted $20. What are you talking about? I got read twice. Obviously, they left it up for a long time. Seem to be having some fun with it. Opie doesn't like it because he knows this is a reference to one of his podcasts. Do you think he's going to admit that?
No, never heard of it.
Yep, I think you might be right about that.
Who's producer Chris? I don't know. That's the other thing. These people have something else going in their mind that they assume everyone else knows. I don't know who producer Chris is. Why would I know who producer Chris is?
Well, me thinks the lady does protest too much.
Yeah. I love that Opie talks about the basement show.
Yeah, the low-level basement
The
show.
low-level basement show, where producer Chris is on every episode with his name on it. Producer Chris, how would I know about that? He knows. Emily, this is one I think he knows. We agree with this one. Help me out, Emily. So I thought that was very funny. Thank you, Matthew O'Daniels, for putting in that super chat. Because God, you gave Opie $20.
Okay, we're headed back to the Earth. It's been 7 months. Hopefully, everything is looking A-okay when we arrive.
Oh my. Yes. Looks good, Crystal. Yeah, looks really good.
Oh, it smells good in here.
Wow, it looks great. Well, yeah, I can feel that. That's the Jim problem right there. You can feel it dip down. Weldon just made sure that this back door is protected from any violent winds coming from the other direction because the strong winds come in this direction.
That's good. So I forget how bright it is.
Yeah. Here's our little living room area. It looks great, Crystal. Okay, so we're going to be living in this yurt for the next month or so. I'm expecting 3 or 4 videos from the yurt, and this is video 1. We should keep these. The forecast is calling for a lot of rain this week. So we'll see how it goes. It's going to be probably pretty awesome in that yurt. This year's Canada yurt stood up to the 7 months alone. No problem.
going to stay here. We're going to figure out how to do this electrical properly. I'm going to stop using that generator. Hopefully, that's the plan. We're going to get a Blue Eddy power station here. And I'm going to talk to Justin from Yurts Canada. Justin and Matt built this yurt for us last fall. I'll put a link in the description to the full yurt build. It's a great video. And you can see how strong this yurt really is. And so, yeah, I'm going to give Justin a call. And he's going to help me figure out how to keep things like this, power cords, nice and tidy within the yurt, hidden. And so for now, I'm just shoving everything up through the sidewall. I gotta make sure it's behind that insulation. Do you see anything come up behind the white? You got it? Yeah. Okay. We'll go do this.
In there?
Yeah, USB-C.
Like this one. Oh, that must have got left.
Yeah, it froze over the winter. Look at that. Popped right open. Gonna keep it a little bit quieter, and it's gonna keep the rain off it. All that rain we're expecting for the next couple of days. This is gonna be a nice way to protect the generator.
Not like more.
Okay, we're on our way into town right now, and I was calling around looking for augers that I could drill holes with, and we located one. And so it's about an hour drive for us this morning.
Your destination is on the left.
All right, this is what we're going with. It's a 4-stroke Honda, so I don't need to worry about gas. And we got an 8-inch right here, and we got a 6-inch right here. And we have, it looks like a 1-foot extension. So I should be able to get down maybe 3.5 feet, 4 feet. Oh. There we go. There you go, ahead there. I'll be back in a week.
I'll be checking out the channel.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Anthony, Jay. Nice to meet you. Okay, take care. Awesome.
How's that?
Good. You let me film a little bit?
had quite a bit of rain over the last couple of days, and the old generator box that I've built is working fine, keeping the rain off the generator. And hopefully we get our power station soon. We can stop using that and have all of our power, solar power, and running from inside the yurt. And every morning it's the same thing. This is a pull-out bed, right? So we put everything back, move all the furniture back, and then every night we take everything out and we roll out the bed. And it's pretty comfortable in there. Hey, Crystal.
Still lots of organizing on the go.
Trying to get a lot of the yurt figured out. Stuff is all over the place, but we're working on a system. And yesterday we got one of these sheds that you can build. We're going to put it right next to the yurt, well, just in the trees next to the yurt. And that will allow for us to put a lot of things in bins and store them in the shed. We're borrowing a truck for the next couple of days. Our little Honda CRV that we bought for around here, like old secondhand vehicles. We're only here like 2 months of the year, right? So we just wanted something that could get us around the province of Nova Scotia 2 months of the year. Anyway, yesterday I noticed something hanging underneath the vehicle. And I went over, and it was a skid plate, plastic skid plate. It was drooping. And so I was like, oh man, I wonder if I can put that back up. And I felt oil all over my hands. And I was like, uh-oh. So we went to a guy who lives close by, and he's a mechanic. And he popped it up on a hoist and said we were out of transmission fluid, completely empty. And we had been driving around quite a bit, like a lot. We probably put like 500 or 600 kilometers on that thing, dripping transmission fluid. Anyway, he said, you can't drive it another inch. Stop. He's going to fix it for us. And now he's lent us Toyota for the next few days while we wait for the parts to come in. So that was pretty dramatic. Very lucky I noticed that part of the skid plate was kind of drooping underneath. Anyway, we got lots to do today. Now, one of the big problems around here is this ground is really, really wet. And the more it rains, the worse it gets. That's way worse than I thought. I gotta try to get out of here. This is not good. And that's not my truck. Back tire spinning like crazy. I just need to be able to grab something. Is that back tire spinning out? Oh. It's supposed to dry out over the next couple of days, so that'll do the ground some good, but it's been pouring for 2 days. Like, really pouring. The first couple times I came down in, like our little CRV has a short wheelbase, right? All-wheel drive, just
easily just goes down over the bumps. Something with a longer wheelbase causes problems. Stretched out longer. And that's it. We're walking down now. Whoa. Whoa. Everything is wet around here. And I usually put a little rock underneath it. Just let it fall. Yeah, so you can get it. This is fresh water right here. You can drink that. Comes from the spring. And there's a little hose that goes down right to the bucket. Homesteading, bud. Yeah, that's right.
And then I'm gonna wipe this.
I think after this trip we'll come back, we'll do the 4 buckets of grapes.
Imagine me with that other one. So.
We got some big 50-gallon rainwater buckets, and we're just going to transfer that water from those buckets into those big gallons, and that's what we're going to use as our main water source. We have a hot water heater, and you can shower with it, do your dishes with it. Comes with a pressure sprayer, so it's like hot water on demand. There's the yurt.
Yeah.
But we are no longer driving down into this road. We just can't do it. Hey.
Yeah, lesson learned for sure.
Look at the damage. Oh my gosh. What? Whoa. Not expect that. Yurt is awesome. Amazing in that yurt. Just love living in there. I'm gonna have to assemble it. Looks. So you take this little nut off, put that through, and then screw it back on. We'll have a nice seal. And our plan is once we build the deck here, shower outside. Only the deer can see us. And refresh my memory for sure. Water pump, so this is the thing that needs the power. So I'm going to run the water from here into here, heats up, and then up into the yurt. That's pretty good like that. So blue is water input, red is water output, and then you have your propane right there. Now red is extra long because you need it to reach where you're going. Lots of messing around trying to figure out how I'm going to do this. I need extensions and all kinds of things. I'll probably have to order a few extensions. Okay. So the water goes to the fuel pump right there. And then that water goes all the way in. Red is the hot water out. And there's our propane right there. Last thing I need to do is plug it in. Oh, they're kicking in. There we go. Yes. Oh, and that's hot. Yeah. Instant. Oh. Yes. Oh. just turn off on its own. Oh, we got water leaking too. We got water coming out right here. It's not a good seal. Right here is a bad seal. Oh, I'm messing around, guys. The seal will blow right off. There we go. We're good. Yes. We're coming in right underneath the stove here, and we're going to have our wash table where the fridge has been. That's the plan. Yeah, that's a lot faster than going with the hand. Can you see it? Okay. You think you have enough there? See if that blows off. Okay, it did not. Yeah, it looks like it's working. That's hot. Look at the steam coming off of that. It tells you how cold it is outside today. That is good. Okay, we are good. This thing has the filter on it. I'm getting little leaves going down in here. Just coming off of the trees and everything blowing around. So that helps that little filter. I'd like to have both of those jugs filled at all times. Just make me feel great about it. You got her?
Yeah.
It's important stuff. Let's see. Whoa. What's that there? Oh, yeah. Perfect. That little hot water system's pretty decent, and I mean, we could use it long term, truth be told, because we're thinking about, like, this isn't Crystal's land, but we have the yurt here, and so we're going to start developing her land. That's the whole point of this, is using this yurt's canopy yurt as a home base while we develop her land. She has land that was left to her from her parents, and it's untouched. It needs a lot of work. And there's a river, like a nice little brook, like a big brook, you could say, eh? Yeah, it's a big brook, very, very fresh water, and we could just run a line straight into the river and then pump straight from the river. But we would need, obviously, a bunch of extensions, but that could work long term. Here's our setup for now. Now, we still have this door sealed shut, and once we get the deck on the go, we'll open this up, but for now, I'm okay with it. There's nothing that can happen out there anyway. You just open it up and you fall out, so that's fine like that. And we get some really strong wind, so I'm okay with it. Now, here, we've got the kitchen area, and it looks way better. It looks so good in here right now. I'm very happy with this. And moving the fridge over here, the garbage can over here just makes more sense. Centering these two things, balancing it out. So this is the best spot in town, right here. Sitting at this table, looking at beautiful scenery. Josh, you have pepperoni pizzas? Yeah. Okay, it's a pizza. Yes. There we go. Supper. Well, good morning, everybody. We have our patio wood here this morning. Got delivered first thing this morning. Crystal and I are just bringing it down from the road because, as you can see, it's just way too mucky for us to drive the vehicle down here. So I'm going to figure out this road eventually. But for now, we're just carrying down all the wood. It's just a great way to start the day. It really feels like a homestead type project. The yurt's amazing. We are loving it, like really loving it. Every morning we wake up and say, this is just so beautiful. That's good. We're going on the other side where I laid those two pieces. Hey, good boy. Oh, I love you. I love you, puppy. This right here, it should be enough. Should be. For our front deck, that's going to be 6 by 6. And a back deck, that's going to be 8 by 8. That's the plan. And I'm even hoping I can have some sort of railing on it too. Maybe not necessarily the front, but the back will need rails for sure. So yeah, looks good. $2 grand. $2 grand. I got some cement as well, and I got some cement blocks. So these things aren't cheap, man. These things aren't cheap, but it's an investment for the future and the channel. Okay. We got 2 augers here. I'm gonna start with the 6-inch and see how hard it is to go down. I was talking to someone the other day who's used these. He lives around here. He said when you're going, if you catch a rock, it might just like jar you pretty hard. So I'm gonna do small and then work my way to the 8-inch and see how it goes. 4-stroke. Oh yeah. Okay, so this right here is 5 feet. The door is centered with this. Right? 5 feet on the nose. Actually, this is going to be an 8 by 6. 8 wide, 6 long. So I need to go 1.5 foot out that way and 1.5 foot out this way. I'm going to keep it super simple right now. I'm straight down here. I know this is a little marker here. I don't have proper markers, but I need to go in because I want it to come underneath to hold up, to add some strength to this. So I need to go in as far as I can without hurting myself with that auger. If I had just a little bit of the beam right here underneath, it's going to give extra stability. Then I'm going to build my deck out from underneath. There's going to be a little step here, just a little step. So right here is my point. It's like I'm underneath. So I got to be careful with this. Perfect. Right to the top. Gas on. Okay. Prime it 1, 2, 3. I mean, does this thing just start turning right away? I'm going on a steep angle. I'm going to have to straighten this out. And it looks like I'm coming to a complete stop. I'm going to put on the 8-inch. Huge rocks down there. Oh, there's so many rocks. All these rocks are here. They're stopping me in my tracks. I'm right around 2 feet. So the thing is the frost is going to heave that at that height. I'm going to have a really hard time getting down to 4 feet. I'm moving over here because I want to take a break from that one. That one's frustrating for sure. And I'm wondering if this is going to be the exact same. It probably is. Going to be lots of rock right here. But we're going for it. You can see he's filling up with water. Look at all those rocks coming up. Crazy. And it's slowly going down. Taking a while. Looks just like chocolate milk. You can almost drink that. Gotta go back into town and get the sono tubes. There's only one. There's only one within 100 kilometers. So we're gonna go get it. We got 12-foot sono tube. This truck has an 8-foot bed, so it's perfect. Yeah, we're good. Thank you. Whoa! Oh yeah. Easy, easy. Good. There we go. So he's gonna come in down here. We're
we're going to cut around this big mud pile. Good, that's perfect, man. That's good. There he goes. A little job for him to have. Okay. Today was a really busy day. And lots of stuff. Holy smokes. Been on the go for about 10 hours now, just moving and driving and grabbing, doing all kinds of things. And trying to dig those holes. Not easy. Anyway, I'll see you guys in the morning. Right back at it. Last time, using this generator as a full-time power source for the yurt. Thing is solid. It can go about 10 hours on a full tank, which is impressive. Mind you, we aren't powering a lot in there, just lights at night, the fridge. We run a fan at night to keep air circulating. And we do have Starlink out here because, well, we want service. There's hardly any service without Starlink. And I edit here, right? I'm editing and I'm uploading from here, so I need a Starlink to do my job. But yeah, I should be getting the power station today. So the only thing I'll need the generator for now is to charge up that power station when it's cloudy out, because I will be getting a solar panel with that power station. So it's nice. I'm glad we've got the power station coming, and hopefully it's going to be a 3,000 watt unit. If we have the sun coming in, going through the unit, we'll be able to, we'll have like 500 watts coming in. We won't have 500 watts going out at all, for sure. So it'll just always stay powered during sunny moments like this. And throughout the night, when it's just draining its power, wake up in the morning, either we use solar or we do a quick charge with the generator. That's how it works. It's like molasses. Look how dark that stuff gets, eh? Oh, I need gas. Yeah, I need gas. I'm going to get a red light here if I don't have enough oil or if I have too much oil. Gotta give it a second. It'll shut off if it doesn't wipe the amount of oil I put in it. That's what I'll do at the beginning, but watch. Okay, so that's like in an eco mode. And what I'll do for the first, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes, I'll have it run full throttle. And then I'll slow it down. You don't want it in slow mode all the time, right? Or the environmental mode or whatever it is, eco mode. I like to start it up. Any sort of buildup that might be in there, give it full gas. Crazy, eh? Not just groundwater. It's nuts. And if I pour it that way, it's going to flow underneath of the yurt. It won't come back because it's downhill.
works well, but it doesn't work great. So if I dig a wider hole, I'll be able to get at the rocks with my shovel better. And then I can dig down, pluck out the rocks, dig down, pluck out the rocks. It's probably going to take me a couple of hours per hole. If there were no rocks here, I'd be done. And it's all clay. So it's not easy digging. Look at this. And I'm going to have to bring all this back in to fill around the sonotubes when time comes. Oh boy. It's crazy how many rocks are in there. If you look closer, you can see the water starting to rush in just like that. Over on the left-hand side, you see it rushing in? Does not take long. Two feet. Oh, I'm not going to get another foot. There's no way. I'm over 2 feet. I'm happy with that. These holes are taking hours to do, for sure. And the one with all the water over there, like I'm going back and forth. Once I get fed up with the hole, I want to go over to another one and see if it just makes me feel different about the whole situation. So I still have a ways to go over on that other one. But look at the rocks. It's non-stop. Rocks like this. And it just stops this thing dead in its tracks. Just spins and spins and spins. It won't go beneath the rocks. So I'm shoveling, going down, shoveling, going down. And you can see I'm almost 3 feet. So doing pretty good. "29 inches. It's good enough. It's just like clay." That's good. Okay. There we go. This guy's 28 inches down. So there's 2 feet and 4 inches right here. And the other one's 2 feet and 6 inches. Right there. Right there. Okay. We have a cement mixer coming. A guy who lives close by, his name is Johnny. I was just up at his place, hooked up a cement mixer to his quad, and he's going to be on his way down here very shortly, and this is going to save me so much time. We're looking good. This is all going to start to settle, and that's the first post. We'll pour that one when Johnny arrives, get it all figured out how to do it. Perfect. So as long as this is covered at night, yeah, is that the most important part? Okay. And it's electric. Okay.
Electric motor.
Yeah.
On and off switch.
Yeah.
and the belt runs the barrel.
Okay.
All you do is pull this pin.
Yep.
See, there's different holes here.
Okay.
So you pull the pin.
Oh.
Okay, so wherever you.
Oh, I was okay. So I get it now. That makes more sense.
So you can put it right there. That's a good height for you.
Yep.
And when you go to dump it, you just pull it, and you can dump it.
Into my pocket. Wow.
Blades inside, that's what makes it, right?
Yep. Oh, it wasn't like moving all that last night. No. Okay, so you got some water in. Not a lot.
No.
I'm making a mess. Oh! Yeah, I need to say about the proper hole. There we go. Okay, let's see what you're doing. That's what you do. Yep. So that right there is very much water, and that's 2 bags. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, she's gonna want to go away. Yeah, it's working well. Well, that wasn't mine. Pushing all the water up. Yeah. And there he goes. Great help. Pretty sure another 2 bags, and I'll be able to have that other one filled in. And it is what it is. I'm going with what I'm going with. You don't want too much of that box. Keep going. I really got to work on how much water I'm using for how much cement, because I have a bit of waste now, a bit of excess, and that's never good. So I'll figure it out over time. Okay, so that is it for this video, guys. The deck is next, and lots of action, lots of things happening in this episode. And hopefully, now that I've done this, the next time I do it on the other side, because I got to do cement posts on the other side for a bigger deck, for the shower deck, all that sort of stuff. It'll be easier, right? That's what I'm hoping for. Anyway, we are loving this yurt. We are loving the year. We really are. We're talking about it all the time when we're alone in there. It's like, it's so amazing and so beautiful. Anyway, I had a great time. I hope you guys did too. Thanks so much for watching. I'll be back really soon.
Yeah, all paid for. I'm so full. That lobster roll nearly sent me to the nether realm. We got one more challenge left on this trip, and hopefully we can call it a clean Carolina sweep. Although I did technically do that one challenge in Tennessee. It's a good one too. Barbecue today though. And we can never get enough of that. I think that's good, the electricity. I don't know. We've moved on from the inflatable flailing arm tube guy. This is the spot. Smitty's Smoking Soul Food Barbecue. They probably pronounce it Smitty's though, I'd imagine. Experience starts here. It's an experience? Right. The menu looks extensive, like any good barbecue menu should be. I don't actually know what the challenge includes though. How's it going, man? I'm here for there's like a barbecue challenge.
What course time would you like for this today?
Oh, I've got to decide already. Is it okay if I get like tomato sauce? Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, the menu looks delicious, so I would like to consider it. Is it okay if I occupy a large bench? And I'm just one guy. I'm not a very small guy, but it would be good for filming, I think. You can do it too. Yeah, thanks, bro. Tell them I said hello. So, this is what's on the agenda today. A large tray or two large trays of barbecue grill. Hopefully we can get it done inside 1 hour, get a meal free and a t-shirt. If not, it's $75. This guy actually had a more than value, I think, but did not quite manage it. Still got a smile on his face though. Not sure he tried hard enough.
So the only thing you have to choose are the 4 sides you get.
Ooh, what would you recommend?
I would do the mac and cheese,
Yeah, I agree with that.
the collards.
Collard greens, are they spicy?
They got a little kick, but they're not super spicy.
All right, we'll do.
I
We'll
would,
just to
I
make
would,
it
I would
interesting.
do that.
Yeah, I'll go with fried okra. If that's all right. Is that okay? Awesome.
Quarter rack of ribs.
Yeah.
Half pound of brisket, half pound of pulled pork, and a half pound of full chicken.
All right, sounds like a lot,
And
but
it's a soul roll plus 6 wings.
a soul roll.
Yes, sir. Great question.
Sounds like a wrestling move.
So it's our seasoned rice, seasoned clove, and chopped brisket wrapped and deep fried.
In an egg roll. Oh man, soul. Yeah. That sounds great. Awesome. It costs like $95 or something. Or?
It's $75.
$75.
If you eat it, you get a gift card. I'm sure you're back in the area next week, right?
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, a gift card, a hoodie.
A hoodie?
Yes, Smitty's hoodie.
Oh my goodness.
And you get refunded the meal, $75.
You know, before I got here, I really didn't actually feel like eating, but now I've seen food that still wonders my appetite. Ooh, it's coming. Those are the hot sauces. Alright, well, you shouldn't have told me that, because if you had not told me, I probably would have used them. Now,
It says age on it right there.
you know, the cup game costs $75. And if you can finish it inside 1 hour, you get the meal free and a hoodie. I thought it was a t-shirt, but it's a hoodie, right?
It's a hoodie, and you get a $20 gift card as well.
As well. Has anyone actually done it yet? Has anyone managed to successfully complete it?
Yes, we have one person actually completed it.
One person has done it.
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
It's like 55 minutes. Oh, we got the ribs. I thought I was getting off like pretty lightly there. The drum roll is good, yeah. I'm ready.
2, 1.
Right, let's suck in. Start some of the meat.
Yes, good a place to start as any. So, welcome back to the episode, a final installment from this particular trip, and we're ending with something pretty special. My favourite, a good old-fashioned barbecue challenge.
Oh, this is lovely. This isn't the hot one, right? Are you sure?
Now, in his defense, you could have set me up with the hot sauce, but you kindly blanked those pops with an X. This is just regular old, sweet and smoky barbecue sauce.
I'm not sure what this is, but it looks a bit like Thousand Island dressing.
Yeah, I don't know what this was. Could have been Thousand Island. Any sauce works with cold mates, though, if you ask me. Can't go wrong with something bacon creamy, though, can you?
Alright, brisket next.
This feels soft, very tender.
Yeah, we're getting to the point now where I'm starting to realise just how good this grub is. This place is pretty special, you know. I've eaten a lot of barbecue places in my time, but I can't think of any this good. The brisket is in top nick, so much so that I think I'm about to deck a half pound of it in like a minute or something. Look at that. Not many people get to see that face, I tell you.
The brisket was so tender, I don't think there's even time for a time lapse. I might have to play that back in real time. You get to choose which flavour of wings you want. I think I went with honey barbecue. Yeah. I think they tried to pressure me into the shut your mouth spicy wings, but I was plain ball.
Yeah, you don't say. Not like you, is it? You big wimp. That's just fair. I would have wanted to spoil the experience. Regular old barbecue sauce is just fine.
You need beard oil when you go barbecue sauce. This is delicious. This is so nice. Oh my goodness. Those are some hefty ribs. The size of those things. Oh, this is delicious.
I should probably say this point for legal reasons. This is not a sponsored video. The food is just really good. I've got nothing bad to say about it. Although we haven't hit the collard greens yet.
Do you have any, do you have like root beer or yeah, root beer? Can I get root beer? That would be amazing. Thank you. You can't really get root beer in England, so I drink gallons of it when I'm out here. I love that stuff. I don't really mind. Without ice is fine.
Yeah, let me see if any of the Brits get involved down in the comments there. I realise you can get root beer in England. It's just much less ubiquitous. That's what I'm getting at.
Thank you very much, sir. We want to get your hands greasy.
Good, how about that?
Was that a good acting, Scott? That was a good one. That made me look really manly. Just pure eating meat off the bone. Doesn't get manlier than that. I think that's about as clean as that's going to get. Wipe my hands.
Yeah, look at that. That's a clean bone. What a professional.
That's so cool. Let people try the brisket before they buy it. I'd be coming in with like a different disguise every day to try to just get free brisket. Right, let's do the collard greens. This is probably the one part I'm not really looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, to me, collard greens are just spinach. And although Popeye gave that particular foodstuff a great deal of positive spin throughout the 20th century, I'm not a huge fan. Should have just gone with cornbread. Don't really know why I didn't, because I love cornbread.
I'm going to leave the egg roll to the end. I think this is probably the most fun constituent part. Mac and cheese, maybe?
Yeah, why not? The mac and cheese is pretty spot on too, you know. Well, for me anyway, I like it to be kind of gloopy, semi-viscous with a bit of a crust going on. Ooh, I'll get excited. I'll stop. Calm down, man. What's wrong with you?
Let's have some of the mustard. Do you put mustard on mac and cheese? We'll try it. This is the perfect consistency of mac and cheese. It's a little bit crispy on the top, not too sloppy.
Yeah, I think I covered that about 30 seconds ago, mate, but thanks for your contribution. It was good, though. That's the take home. Almost good enough for me to forget how full I am right now.
Everyone's so friendly down here. This never happens in England. Nobody's ever this friendly in a restaurant in England ever. You never see that. Yeah. Right, let's do the okra. I don't know if I've ever had okra before.
It's courgette, man. That's all it is. Courgette. Easy to eat, though. If you were to try and manipulate the rules in your favour on this one to make it a bit easier, 4 lots of fried okra would probably not be a terrible tactical choice. Although then you would be missing out on the variety, so maybe don't do that.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I guess, a little bit like courgette, or what we would call courgette. I don't know if you have that in America. No? It's good though. Anything that's deep fried is good pretty much. Does anyone know how long I've been eating for? about 40 minutes left. So I've been eating for 20 minutes. Well, next, I'm gonna try this soul roll. I think if you just sit here all day and order like everything from the menu.
Alright, that's enough. You're getting a bit carried away now. I tell you though, these I think that the soul roll is like a signature item, you know. People come from far and wide for this. And it is different, you know, barbecue stuff in an egg roll. Can't complain about that. It's tasty.
Sweet potato casserole on a bread roll. Make a sweet potato casserole sandwich. That thing. You know what? This is getting really close. There's a video on my channel called, I think I called it the best food challenge I've ever done, right? And it's this place in Oklahoma called Kendall's, where they do these giant chicken fried steaks. But this is getting pretty close, man. This could be going top spot, though. This food's amazing. Yeah. I was supposed to do that.
I don't know, sweet potato casserole sandwich just seemed logical to me. British people put anything in a sandwich. And this was just the cherry on top, really. I love sweet potato anything. And I think that does it, you know. I'm going to call it the best barbecue challenge I've ever done. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll catch you next one.
That lobster roll I did yesterday, oh my god, like I don't know how that fit inside me. It was in Wilmington, they had like a giant lobster roll, but I didn't realise it's like, it was supposed to be 8 pounds, but it felt like way heavier. Yeah. It tasted great, but I was thinking, oh my god. Like to look at it, I'm thinking there's no way that can fit inside me. It is. That was Smitty's Smoking Soul Foods Soul Feast Challenge. Pretty well polished off. You must have seen the videos. Yes. In fact, could I try a little bit of both? Yeah. Both sound delicious.
Final day, not one, but 2 desserts. They're pretty small. It's not like they're humongous or anything. I got banana pudding and peach cobbler. It smells a bit like feet, but it does taste good.
We're gonna hold on back.
Oh, that's cool. I'm glad you just brought it over now because if I stay much longer, I'm gonna give myself a hernia. I'm just gonna keep that ordering food, I think. Ooh, and the gift card too. Thank you very much. Ooh, this is like plastic as well. It's like a credit card. Neat, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. That was amazing. Food was delicious. Thank you very much. Somebody left that in your car?
Somebody left that in my car.
They didn't leave like a... Where's the...
No, nothing.
Oh,
So someone who knows me.
No, man. Now, this is the best barbecue I've ever had. Easily. I don't know where all that food's gone, actually. Because not much of that lobster came out of this morning without getting so graphic. I'll be alright. I think.
Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, man.
Is that long to go? I'm tempted.
Who fucking can't, dude? You can't.
That is problematic, and I do feel for you because you went through like 10 years with that shit. So that does suck. I feel for you. Nobody needs that in a relationship, and it's the problem I'm in right now. So hey, but on Monday
absolutely right. Hey, Lemmy, could you read this one before you?
Moon Crickets, thanks for the, my heart is racing. So,
What is this? You want me to read it?
no, Moon Crickets, thanks for the 2. All 4 of you tell me the sound that a chainsaw makes. Can we?
You're
I
up,
will only
Carmen.
do it with permission.
Yeah, go ahead. Do it.
Really?
Go ahead. Go nuts. Yeah. Let's hear it. Yeah, do it.
Really?
I want to hear it.
Can I really?
Yeah, of course.
Now that offends me.
That
offends me. What I need and Ernie and all that good stuff. So
It feels like you're trying to work it out and get back together, or what?
No, just have a peaceful resolution to all this shit. That's it. I want to take the high road as much as possible concerning all this shit. The last time I did it was a mess. This time it's like, yeah, somebody catch it and shit. So
Last time you did, though, you got her back. So maybe go after her again like you did last time.
I don't have my YouTube channel. I need everything I can get to make my Rumble work. So that's the fucking the issue I'm dealing with. And you know what? Drinking and a healthy relationship don't go hand in hand. So there you go. It's just a fact.
Holy shit! I have another clip just for this.
Lemmy, do you want to read that one? Are you getting tired of reading them?
Also, drinking is okay. It's like if the addiction problem is the addiction is the problem. Reverend Rage, thanks for the 2. Carm said some mean things to Scarlett. Do you regret it?
No.
To me, it looks like that. Is like I just don't see any connection.
Oh, I'm not saying there's a connection with Candy, but a lot of streamers talk about me. They have probably a view of me. That's fine. And a lot of fans will look at that and say, hey, I'm going to do one for this streamer who has a problem with Karmic. I'm going to destroy his channel. It's not the streamer's fault. It's the dickless cocksucker in some mother's basement.
Right. But I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, like I asked, do you have any evidence that it was any particular fans of any particular channel?
Just a conversation by a particular individual that I don't want to give too much airtime because I don't want to embolden him by bringing up his name. You know what I mean? I hope you understand where I'm coming from. So I know who it is.
I mean, you got to tell me who told you, but what did he tell you? What did he show you? Did he show you anything? Or I mean, what was it?
I just have good people showing me things and what's going on. Good people in my corner showing me what's up. And
so you have evidence, but you can't. You don't want to produce it.
It's a culture. It's a culture. It's a culture of people who want me to fail, and they got what they want. You know what I mean? And that's okay. That's okay. I came into this universe doing and saying what I needed to say. People take umbrage with it, and here I am. Big deal. Who gives a shit?
No, well, I mean, the thing is, you sometimes I feel like you feel singled out, like you're the only one that people talk about. But I hear my name on streams all the time. And Panhandler hears his name on streams all the time. We all hear, people talk about all of us. We're all talking about each other. So, what is it that makes you different?
Because 5 people are stream sniping me every time I flip on the switch. 5 people are watching my shit when I go live. That's the difference.
I wish 5. What 5 people are stream
Who
sniping?
gives a fuck? I know their names, but I don't give a shit about
There's clips.
from
I don't see anybody sniping.
My voice is fucked. Individual, Jim. And I wanted to be a better human being, and I tried for the last 5 months, and I failed. Hey, there we go. And there we go.
You gave it a whirl. You gave it the old college try.
I did. I was like, I can try a new life without the booze. I can try a new life without weed, which is, in the fiber of my being. I can't get rid of this shit. I have vices. I'm a flawed man, and that gives me an excuse to keep being a flawed man by saying that. So,
Have you considered that you were calling people like, drunks and drug addicts and reprobates, for the last few months?
Yeah, I can't use that anymore. The hypocrisy would overflow with.
Hey, Carm, did you find that even when you were not drinking and not doing things, you were still crossing boundaries or still breaking rules.
Một sắc hồngอีกคนแรกเราจะต้องเธอก็จะเจ็บไหมI have done the way for you. Tell me don't be back. Loving you for a start. Spend you well before you start. I know I believe one week. I just walk with my dream. Love you for a start. Spend you now. Love you for a start. Khóc không thôi. Ada senja, I sing a song atau senja. Atau senja. Nah, I sing a song for everyone from Black. Kayak lagi nah. Lang hai bạn. Can I call you baby? Can you be my friend? Can you be my love for eternity? Let me show you love. I don't give it. Since now my right away, your worries can hang. Oh, don't worry. I'll be there whenever you're there. I need somebody who can love me as my word. Don't I'm not perfect, but I hope to see my love. Since only you, nobody knew I put you first. I'm for you guys when you don't want. Ooh. It's still forever. Let me hold you back. I can feel those hurts in your heart already. Let me show you love. Why don't pretend? I'm right, baby. Yours in yours way. Sister Palm walking, Sister Palm walking นะคะ today she come on Friday ไง for Carnival Sunday she cannot come ร้อนจริงๆนะเนี่ยเจ็บนิ้วเฉย คอยแบบนี้จ้าทุกเจ้าสาวก็บ่ได้ไปด้วยน้ำแรงแต่งด้วยหัวใจเพลงโปเตโต้เพลงอะไรคะ What song Potato Tell me please What song Potato I cannot sing a song India song I cannot ร้อนมาก yes very hot ต้องนับนี้ผมก่อนผมเนี่ยออกมาแล้ว you can go me sing so ยูริกเราไม่ได้ยูริกทำไมเหมือนเรียกแคทเหรอแคทเมียวเมียวเมียวเมียว Let's go at this too เอายูมีแต่ยูริกยูริกลานอะไรนี่ลานเซิร์นมันลานดูยาก thank you so much Beyonce เสียงเพราะมาก
The mistakes shown through.
Most of us think of Hulk Hogan as the king of the ring. But was there a sinister side to his success?
What Hogan preaches is apparently not what he practices.
You gotta watch Hogan. How's Hogan? So good.
It's nice. Is it a tale of triumph or is it
A little, yeah.
tale? That's nice.
Kind of is.
That's
What do you
nice.
think, Lemaire? You watched it. It makes you love Hogan.
Yeah.
It makes you love him.
What do you think about? Yeah, it makes you love Hogan. Yeah, he's man. Even and he's always lying.
He lie?
Yeah, he's like a lifelong liar, but it like works for him.
Yeah, but what did he really lie about? The lady at the Detroit airport on the baggage scale, he's like 600 pounds or something crazy.
In later years, every time Hulk told the story of Andre gained 100 pounds.
Like, steroids?
Steroids.
Yeah.
Did you see his Japanese career wrestling? He lied about a bunch of stuff.
Wait, what was
What do you lie about the Japanese? He had like a he was going to be a part of some band. I can't remember. I think it was Skinner or AC/DC because he said that on Rogan. He was like, in his
he used to be a guitarist.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
He had a band.
It was called Leonard Skinner.
Yeah, he was in Skinner.
He was going to get picked up by Skinner. That's what he was saying. Yeah. Metallica.
That's a pretty strong lie. That's a really strong lie. I was thinking about being in Metallica, but I was like, fuck it. They asked him. I was sure he's lying.
Yeah, was the bass player the guy with the little soul patch? Who's Lars Lars Ulrich was the guy.
That's the drummer, yeah.
The drummer. James Hetfield was the singer. Yeah, who was the guy with their bassist, I believe, had a little soul patch. I might be getting the drummer confused, though.
Dang.
Robert, yeah. Wait, no, that was Trujillo. Who was the original bassist? Because Metallica lost a member. What burn?
Later on that night, at about 5 or 6 in the morning, I heard a skidding, I heard a vibration, and then this motion. I thought we were going off a cliff.
You know what? All right. Hogan claimed he was big pals with Lars Ulrich, and was even asked to play bass in the early days, or alternatively that he tried to contact them and they needed a bassist.
Fast forward, Metallica needs a bass player, right? I go, holy smokes, Metallica! I could be in Metallica. Did an audition tape, put a tape together, sent it to the band. Never heard a word.
The reality is Metallica has not validated the story. Lars Ulrich said previously responded with Hulk who? Come on, man. Exactly. That kind of Hulk who's crazy, bro. We're talking Hulk Hogan, bro. You know exactly who you're talking about, brother.
What if Hulk might have fucking slapped the bass and shamed Lars? Him, I want to see Hulk fucking shred the bass.
Wait till you see Hulk.
Is it good?
It's so sick.
Does he slap bass in it at all?
Yeah, he slaps a little bass.
Bro, playing bass is the most macho instrument you can possibly play. You're just hitting 4 notes the whole time.
Yeah, true.
It's sick.
And I like how in the doc, he kind of like can't stop being Hulk Hogan. He tries to start becoming Terry Bollea, and then he just dies. You know, he just has to be Hulk Hogan.
There's unfortunately an insider term in professional wrestling called being a mark for your own gimmick.
Oh, you damn well. Man, you're supposed to tell me that.
You've been portraying a character for so long that you believe you are that character.
Is it art? Is it fakery? What is it?
Yeah, well, he is Hogan.
He is Hogan, yeah.
And Hogan's not that much of a stretch.
From Terry?
Yeah, he became Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Like, that is who he is.
Yeah. The character.
The home videos around the house. Oh, like, you're gonna cry.
What was he doing? He would be Hulk for the boys?
Shows him, like, how much he loves his family.
That's nice.
And then, at the end, you will cry.
Yeah.
Werner Herzog comes in at the end, and for some reason that makes it so much more emotional.
Yeah, it was.
And they try to tell him, they go, do you know Hulk Hogan's real name? And he goes, no, and I don't even want to know it. Do you know his real name?
Hulk Hogan. Oh, I don't even want to know his real name. Keep it your secret.
That's awesome. Did he do the movie?
Which movie?
Yeah.
He's in the
No, but did he make it?
I'm not sure.
I think he's just a gigantic Hogan fan.
That's awesome. Herzog's a man, too. I see nice clips of him in interviews. He's so fucking funny. Herzog's a bro.
Yeah, he's, you'll see.
I'll check that
There's
out.
a part at the end where they show Hogan. It's like a montage of his life, kind of in the ring. And it shows like old footage of him slamming Andre the Giant, and then it cuts to 2003 or 2 when he's slamming The Rock in WrestleMania, hitting with the fucking stinky leg drop. It's like, and they're cutting exactly the same. You're like,
Yeah, he did it. Run, dude.
Yeah.
I didn't know he took down The Rock.
They kind of trashed the Warrior.
Whoa.
The Ultimate Warrior got fucking.
What
They tried to replace Hogan with the Warrior, They're like, the new guy is the Warrior, and he just didn't have the juice.
How am I going to book Cincinnati? How am I going to book Boston? How am I going to book New York when I can't put your name on the book? How am I going to do this, Terry? I said, well, we need another star.
They always try to replace Hogan, and it just.
Well, the Warrior didn't have like a personality. He was just like,
His personality was cocaine.
Yeah.
That's true. That must have been nice though.
It worked on me. When I was a kid, I was like, Ultimate Warrior's the coolest guy.
I cared about him a lot. I cared about the Warrior.
I don't think I watched him wrestle once. I just had a doll, and I was like, dude, this is my guy.
I used to play the wrestling games and create a character called the Ultimate Warrior, and be like, I came up with that.
That's a nice move. Like, I invented the Ultimate Warrior.
I do remember him getting buried by the Undertaker and never being the same again. I remember as a kid being like, "Fuck, dude,
Yeah.
fuck, he got the Warrior."
Undertaker fucking pissing me off. Killing all my guys.
Bret Hart.
Yeah, that was nice.
Every wrestling documentary just shit.
I love Bret Hart.
Yeah.
He was a good guy once upon a time, but in the end, he was a backstabbing, knife-wielding piece of shit.
They killed his brother.
He did get a compliment.
Yeah, he was nice.
That was nice.
That he had.
He gave it up for the Hulk, man.
He was just like, nobody. He's the best. I don't know ever.
Yeah.
10 out of 10. No one else can do that.
He really is like the. I mean, if you think about wrestling, he really is like the guy.
He's the guy.
I really think so.
You have that call in 5 minutes. I might toss on that.
Ooh, toss it on. Yeah, fuck.
I might watch a little Hogan for a minute.
Hogan would be mad. Peep out a little bit.
Just get fired up again.
It's a really good idea.
You're gonna get
I guess.
fired up.
Let me see.
You're gonna say I love Hogan.
I fucking love, dude. I mean, have you ever tried to rip a shirt? Did they give him the science behind the shirt?
No. He just cut it. Cut the collar, yeah.
Dude. I mean, how good would that feel in front of an arena? Just. Oh.
He was huge. He was like, how tall? He's like 6'8". He's massive. He was a fucking freak.
Dude, he's what? Oh.
The leg drop didn't shrink him, dude. The leg drop, dude. You don't get shrunk from that. Dude,
That's WrestleMania parking lot lore, dude.
He got shrunk from the fucking too many stinky leg drops.
He probably mentioned it in the doc.
One thing about this business, no one leaves unscathed. Every time Hulk Hogan did that leg drop, compounding on his back. Every time.
That sounds like a Hogan fable.
Compressed the spine.
I'm sure it was a disease.
No, it was
No,
leg
he was
drops.
at the doctor. The doctor's like, "Hey, how many leg drops? I gotta do them, brother."
Dude, you think about it, he had to drop over 1 million leg drops his whole life. Like, for real. Like,
Well, how much did he shrink?
more than 1,000.
How much did he shrink?
Probably a couple inches. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know, a lot of like spine and neck surgeries.
But from
But
the
that
leg,
could have been from the leg drop. But that's not what shrinks you. It's the surgery.
We need to get an osteopath on here now to see what's up with leg.
I mean, yes, I guess technically the cause of all the surgeries is too many leg drops.
can't really wrestle anymore. Stunner, butt drop. You know?
Yeah, so yeah, don't fall on your butt.
People who watch Hulk Hogan on television and little kids who have the Hulk Hogan character and they go to see this movie are just going to be offended and disappointed in it.
I already heard about one 12-year-old girl who walked in and walked out in the midway. So you have to be very bad to get a child to leave the theater.
Whatever.
I gotta get this shit by any means. The modern day dope business, so what it means. I mean, what can I say? This shit is in my genes. Moving like we got.
best. Paulie V, ace high, backdoor hearts. Could see him stick around for a while. Bonakov's similar-ish situation with that inside straight draw and backdoor hearts.
People suggesting J&T could be a candidate for that as well.
In before check raise.
Shallow though, so he knows that people want to get those bounties. Does he just play call?
Yes, indeed. Alright. 185k in the middle. We all know what the action turn card would be. It's not that.
I wonder here what Fedor thinks. A little bit difficult with either his opponent's tap King X and lists in the form of two pairs. There would be some King X hands with backdoor flush draws that would peel. He is just going to defer over to Paulie V.
Yeah, it's played. Paulie just has a clear check in position. Fedor can have every combo of two pair. It's back to like check raise to get more money in. Maybe Fedor will just do the betting himself.
Yeah, so it was Fedor that bet the flop. Paulie V called. Bonakov's completed the action. So I suppose Paulie V just feels that he's towards the bottom of his flop peeling range here. He'd have some gut shots as well to pull from. He's just turning this one into a bluff. Fedor doesn't believe the story. And I don't think Fedor will believe the story on the river. Maybe we just see a shutdown now.
Yeah, we've rivered a slither of showdown. I don't think we have. It's one of those ones it's like, yeah, I have showdown, but realistically, just never good here.
Very rare. Yeah, you could beat something like Queen Jack if it bet the flop and play check call on the turn. Don't think that the 9-8 type gut shots are doing that. So difficult to win, but difficult to get this one through. He gives up.
Fedor is having an absolute field day. Full-time champion. Hasn't joined us since Montenegro last year. Stopped coming out to Jeju. Guys, get involved. Scan the QR code. Get access to exclusive rewards. Build your team now on the Triton Poker Plus app. We want you involved in Fantasyland. As Alex said, me, him, Randy, and Kevin, we have our own little group going on. You can make groups of your friends. There's going to be signed merchandise. There's going to be merchandise. There's going to be prizes. There's going to be tickets. Like all up for grabs. It's just so fun to the point that everyone in the room is talking about it. Every member of staff has a team. The players have teams.
It's fantastic. And I think we had 500 and something entries yesterday.
Yeah.
Already up close to 700 today. Late reg still open. We're going to be at 1,000 very soon, Heather. The official leaderboard, I believe, starts with today's event, which is the 50K total. No one starting later today.
Some good news is Marinoko has already lost 2 of his 6 team members.
Henry is very into fantasy.
Krabs also lost 2 of his.
I'm going to be calling the action all day because Henry's going to be checking on his fantasy standings.
It's okay. It's alright. We know that Kevin and Randy are probably drawing dead. So
Kevin was trying to reduce the stakes. He was suggesting it.
Oh man, don't call him out.
No, he said I'm happy to play these stakes, but I would also be willing to play lower.
He's worried. So we have a top prize of $500 if one of us wins the daily league outright. But the chances of that happening are insane. It's like 1 in 700, right?
Yeah, it's just not.
Wow. I hope it does. I think the only way it happens is if you put all of your boosters and team captain at like your bottom 3 picks, and you just sun run that day. Like 3 guys coming in like bottom 3 in chips, and then they finish like 1, 2, and 2.
Well, that's usually best to use those boosters at bottom picks, but no, it's risky too if they don't make any noise.
What we've seen so far is different than anything I can remember seeing. We've seen limp pots, but every pot has been limped, it feels like. Every pot has been multi-way, and there hasn't been a ton of post-flop aggression.
You played any bounties yourself, like live ones?
Yes, but not at this stage. I've played every type of bounty live, I think. I've played progressive, mystery, and then regular ones. No, not a ton of volume, but dabbled. Let's see if Fedor attacks here, because now the incentives are a bit different. Clapstein has already lived in. He's just going to limp. I would have thought that perhaps Fedor wants to isolate there, because then you can play a heads-up pot with Clapstein and try to get that bounty, whereas now he's letting in Alice Parson and Paulie V. But then again, because he covers everybody, now he has 3 people he can win a bounty against, and he does a hand of pretty well multi-way. So
for 7 years, and now I'm hosting for the 6th time. It really feels like coming home. Hey, 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 hey. What the hell do you think you're doing? I think I'm hosting the show. You're not the host. I am. You're Chad Smith of the Red Hot Chili Peppers. No, shut up. Shut up. Everyone shut up. What the hell is wrong with you? He pushed me down backstage. And I fell hard. Lauren had to give me mouth to mouth. Seriously, what are you even doing here? Okay, I'm the musical guest tonight. No, you're not. No, you're not, Chad. No, Paul McCartney is the musical guest. Get off the stage. Get off the stage now. Go. No, don't clap for him. Don't clap for him. He's a bad guy. He's a bad guy. God. I'm sorry. That was weird, right? It was really weird. Okay. You know what? Let's just do a hard reset. All right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. It's so great to be here. For the 6th time, the season finale. Still weird, right? Yeah, it feels off. You guys feel that? It's very off. I'm sorry. Chad Smith, you took the wind out of my sails. This sucks. I don't even know if we should do the show. That's where I'm at this show. Whatever. Okay, fine. You know what? I'll just do what the host does when they don't have any ideas. So I'll take questions from the audience. Yeah. You, sir. Yeah, the cute one right there. I have a question. What do you think you're doing, Chad? No, Sir Paul McCartney. Wow, wait. Why don't you come up here? Just come on. Look, I understand your confusion. Me and Chad do look a lot alike, but I'm Will. I'm hosting tonight. Nice try, Chad. Get back behind the drums where you belong. Paul, with all due respect, you look like a fool right now. Now, I know you've written a lot of good songs. Let It Be, Hey Jude, Yesterday, Hello Goodbye, Lady Madonna, Back in the USSR, Jet, Maybe I'm Amazed, Helter Skelter, Rocky Raccoon. Good night tonight. That's a personal thing.
Blackbird. Here, there, and everywhere. Obla dee, obla da. I've just seen a face. Penny Lane. Yeah, sure, fine, there's that one. But people often forget there's some great songs you didn't write. The Alphabet Song, Timber featuring Pitbull. I mean, all the Smash Mouth stuff. Get your ass behind the drums, Chad. Okay, yes, sir, right away, sir. How is it?
Never had the displeasure of playing with it. You know who else is really good at that? Alex Fox always knows exactly where to stop. There's 2.35 million, whatever it is. Whereas I feel like there's some players who have no idea. I mean, it's important, right?
It's probably one of the most important pieces of information.
I guess at Triton you always have access on the app
Yeah.
to that information.
It depends, right? Like, how granular do you want to be with it, like down to point one of a big blind? I think at least knowing within half a big, one big where you're at.
I'm a counter. I think cash game or tournament, I'm always counting my stack. I think a mental game coach might tell me the cash game it's a bit of a bad habit. Just something else.
Oh, in cash games, you're counting your stack.
Yeah.
Are you doing that because you want to know how deep you are for like every given spot, or are you also kind of checking like how your sessions go?
I'm checking on the P&L as well.
Okay.
I know that that's probably a leak.
It's a leak for me as well.
Like I
It's such a whale.
Yeah, online, let's say I have a couple tables loaded up, I'm always checking the cashier.
I'm the exact same. Such a whale. This is going to be going in.
Absolutely. This is what Fedor's been limping weekends just setting up a moment like this. And we're gonna flip.
Good luck, lads. 1.8 million chip pot. If Fedor can convert this, he's going to be up to 4 million.
And he'll have 2 bounties in his back pocket.
2 bounties and 200 big blinds.
Tried yesterday, Jax. Today, better.
Wow. Ace 9-5.
Now this is referring to that final table toss,
right?
Put it all in against ace 4 suited of Javid.
Austin, one card away. In out the door. Prepays Fedor the bounty, and it's official. Fedor's up to 4 million. The 2 bounties. Austin is out empty-handed.
So Finn is ousted. We're not going to refer to him as a PLO specialist anymore because he's talented in both games. So we're down to 23, actually 22 with that old lead. Okay, we are going to pay 17 spots, but somebody outside of that top 17 could end up winning a lot of money if they could pull that first prize out 400 to down.
The thing I really like about the Triton Poker Plus app as well is once you get to this stage of the tournament, you can open every table and track every hand that is being played. So if you haven't already, do that right now.
You can also track the amount of time that the players are using with the tempo system. So, for instance, at this feature table, you know that Matteo Klapstein plays the fastest. He's got 4 minutes and 3 seconds left. And it's Ponikov's, he's down to just 24 seconds. Of course, that's in addition to the amount of time you get designated initially.
Does that include yesterday, though?
I believe it does. I believe there's some sort of carryover, and then at certain junctures you get more time. Maybe it's when you're in the money, maybe at final table as well. I don't know the exact specifics on that.
Yeah, it must be.
What do you know? Another 4-way limp pot.
It's going to be blood. It normally is. Maybe not in this hand, though. You keep seeing these limps. we're going to be getting caught out, caught speeding.
So Ding Yao flopped top pair and Alex Ponikoff flopped double gutter, double belly buster, I should say. Neither player electing to bet, just by nature of being out of position four ways. Let's see if the belly buster comes into action here.
He's got a double belly buster.
I like a big bet here from Alex Ponikoff. Although, he only has 530K. You go 50.
Ding won't be folded.
No, and Ding is quite short stacked, so Ponikoff's covering Ding. That's weighing on his mind. Thinking even more implied odds if Ding calls. Ponikoff with a river straight. Ding gets out of the way. Pair 10 kicker. Okay. It is beautiful that Ponikoff's betting range four ways too strong. A bit surprised he folded. In some senses, it's true. 9-6 is a good one.
No type. I get it. No type.
Oh, limp. It's got a limp, surely. So, yeah. Based on what we've seen, we're going to see a limp.
Hang on. This Prince Street is all in. Jamil would kill. Let's open the ace-9. Pull it off.
And the Canadian claim scalp.
Oh,
sweaty one. Jamil's actually a favorite here.
Prince Street to get back in this just needs to hold, which he does on the turn. You can see the outs above would kill's name. Ace King 9-8. Collect that bounty. Doesn't find it.
Oh, feels like sixes never holds there. Your wife did. What the heck?
What's going on here? Three-way all in now. Paulie with the kings. Ding. Wow. Ding ripped it in with the ace-jack. Fedor's come over the top with the queen-10. Of course, Paulie V snapping. Hang on, wait, let's hit.
Four-way all in.
Clapsy's in there with the sixes because he covers Paulie V and Ding. He wants to go double bounty hunting.
Fedor could pick up three here, but it's going to be hard.
Wow, this would be insane.
Yeah, I think.
Olivier looks uncomfortable.
At least I got my breakfast.
Well, as it stands, Fedor is going to collect Mateo's bounty, as he has Mateo covered.
And Paulie V would collect Ding Yao's bounty.
Correct. And Paulie would win the main pot. If Fedor spikes a queen or a 10, he claims 3 bounties.
Whew. It looked like something, but nothing changed. Huge. Near quadruple up for Paulie V in addition to picking up a bounty. Fedor now has 3 bounties because he gets Clapstein's bounty.
Ding's out of there. GG's. How ridiculous was that?
Wow. So we saw so long with just these limp pots, not much action. And then fireworks.
Double elimination. Paulie V up to 2 million. He's going to move up to the 4th in chips after that one. J&T's back on the climb.
to see that? He's on my fantasy team.
So we might get short sticks at the table. Yeah. Okay.
Guys, we're down to 20 players.
There's a few. So yeah.
Yeah, so we're just waiting for the floor to rebalance. Ponakov's and Fedor talking about.
I mean, decent amount of people. Only one quarter or something.
I feel like
I mean, for you guys, it's way more. For me, I mean, you're only cover 30%, 25% of the field. But we're getting 2 players. Right.
Okay, so the lad's just talking about who's being brought over.
And they have access to those chip counts. They know who they want to see.
I have one envelope.
First one. Become a welcome envelope. 3.
And something. 3 points.
Huntstreet's in the tank with King Queen under the gun. We are just 3 off the money. He's going to limp.
Looks like Isaac Paxton covering Quincy. No. Isn't that 25 already factored in?
Yeah, I think it's like a fraction of the baseline difference between these two. JT might activate here and go bounty hunting.
Yeah.
That is 75k. Watson, I believe, doesn't cover J&T, but of course covering Queen Street.
I love this one.
Oh wow, look at this. Simon Drew's got ace 10.
Only 65k, so it's going in.
Wow, this is crazy. Is this going to be another 4-way all-in? Jamil can't call with Jack Deuce.
Yeah, it feels difficult because Punat still has an option. Punat limps.
That's right.
He has to fear a potential limp squeeze. He also covers Punat. Drew so short. Yeah, he gets away.
He wants to check what he's working with.
Humphrey may feel that if he moves in here, he could potentially get it to where just either J&T or Watson plays with him. He plays call.
Here we go. So Simon Drew is all in at risk for an additional 5k. J&T, Bun Street, and so what's all making the call. Drew just looking to hold. He's got the best hand. Still the case on the 8-4-3.
He may not feel he has the best hand 4 ways, but we can see he's in great shape.
So he's looking for running hearts or a king or a queen. So what's drawing to just a 9? J&T drawing to the case jack as we saw the jack of diamonds folded by Jamil Kill.
A lot of card sharing here.
Oh, Hunsford drills it on the turn. What do you do now, Alex? Do you just rip this in and try and deny equity and just go for the bounty?
It seems like kind of a nice idea because you're going to get called lighter than normal here as well. You might get called by a pair of 4s or a pair of 3s, or your opponent's putting you on one of the many available draws and hoping to pick up yet another bounty. He goes for it. I like that idea, Henry. But I don't think that either player can call right now. J&T is just king high.
Well, run the math for Sir Watts because he's got a gut shot and $160,000 in EV.
It's a lot of overlay, isn't it?
He's going to
He's out.
Drew is is looking for an ace and an ace only. As he is out on the soft bubble, 20 left, 17 paid.
Henry, these math spots so difficult to calculate on the fly in this game.
Kudos to these guys because they put in the work. GG's to Sanju, the poker-based founder, tech entrepreneur, and high-stakes poker professional. I tell you now, Alex, competing at these stakes in itself is hard enough, but being a successful businessman, running a business in the poker space, and then competing at these stakes, I tip my hat because that's not easy.
Yeah, big respect. What do we have here?
So you just come with the old 5x spot river jam.
Yes. It was limped as usual. There was a 60K bet on the flop from Fedor, call from Paulie B, 300K on the turn, call. So 2x pot effective for Paulie B stack. Wondering if he can bluff catch this combo. Just second pair, each bluff. Fedor has the goods.
Maybe if you don't change bluff to the
Let's go.
In what direction? To be honest, I don't know what you thought, but I would fold as well.
Not very
I
strong,
haven't
but
changed, man. I don't know. It's like 2025 was the last time I bluffed.
probably 26 was the last time I hero called correctly. Hero called the off there.
I think 7-3 o'clock. Bad hit. Then just terrible. Oh, actually, I think I had one on. I'd start.
Queen 10 with 1 o'clock.
You? And we both asked seriously.
Yeah. That's what it is. Wow.
Right, let's see.
I don't think it's horrible yet.
Let's see who gets brought over.
Oh, that
Down
was
to 3 tables.
Too bad. You really don't know how Peter plays. I would not expect you to play it. That would be my entry. I think you're writing flush, right? Yeah. I think I messed up the side because I didn't know exactly how much you had, so
That's why I was surprised that on the river.
yeah, but it's in a non-bounty and
It would be more fuck up.
what should I bet? Like
Me? Or
yeah, but then it's like I mean it's whatever. Fault and over by 7.
yeah.
It was like what 2 exposure? No. Less?
1 point.
No. You have so
I had like
there was a bit under a minute in there, and you have like 1.5. I run terrible. Huh? Look at this. Worked out perfectly, huh?
wow. Where are the short sticks?
You were the bubble guys, huh? At least I know Christoph certainly doesn't know more about mystery bounties than I. That is
Oh, yeah.
It's a bit of shade being thrown.
he's online with us here now. By far.
Who is
I know that's why I'm talking to you.
Alex?
I'm trying to bond with you. Why we didn't get 2 players here?
Because you got
It's right. Oh, they put you specifically on the big line. What they do right.
you put brick.
No, table broke, right? So we just broke. Oh, it's 7 yeah, just put them there. It's in that corner of the pot, right?
Players are having fun figuring out this format.
Shade being thrown for all sacks, really. I feel like if anyone's going to know a format, it would be him.
He defends pocket fives against the button open. This is the first time I've seen Fedor not limp. They're open-ended for Fedor. Left, 17 pay. With so much more on the line with these bounties.
Look how proud he is. Like, I'm so sad. What's going on over here? Scratch it. Bounties would not be so lucky. And he folded in a spot where he never folded. That's also a big development. I'm proud of it. Bro, if he has two pairs smiling and he says, oh, maybe it was worse. Yeah.
I'm not liking this table, Alex.
In what sense?
I've got 3 of my players.
Okay, you're always thinking in the fantasy realm. I was thinking, I'm enjoying it. They're talking, they're playing interesting pots.
Great table.
Is this your captain?
This is my captain. Is it about to be heartbreak with the blades?
Well, let's see. Fedor has limped as he's done all tournament. $125, the 5x request. Oh, this could be big trouble for Paulie B.
Well, hang on. We're going to be back because there's an all-in situation on the outer table as Ike Haxton against Sir Watts. Looks like ace-7 against pocket 8s. King, queen 10. Clean for Ike, but now needs to fade 4 additional outs. Make that 2 additional outs on top of those original 7. Ace-Jack or 7 needed for Sir Watts. Get us down to 18. Oh, finds it. GG's. Ike Haxton. That means we're on the stone bubble.
Well, we're on the stone bubble. It'd probably be decision time for him with those 2 9s. How aggressive does he want to get facing that 5x ISO? Feel just difficult.
Let's go back. Watts off to a great start here. 4 thin chips. GG's, Ike.
There we go. Okay, so it went 4 ways. Paulie B electing the flat.
How did money just not go in pre-hit?
Yeah, I agree. I guess because it's the stone bubble. But I'm amazed that Paulie B lost the minimum there, just calling in a spot where he could have tried to play for stacks, and then gets away on the flop.
That theologist overlimped with the aces. It very well could have got Paulie B open, Christoph jam. Fedor's got an interesting one. Like, he knows he's got the worst hand right now, but there are just some implied odds about spiking a red 4 on the turn.
Yeah,
and stacking like ace king, aces.
I would call this hand all day. He's got backdoor spades, and one of those things we've talked about before. His 2-pair outs are very live. The 6 unlikely to make somebody else a better 2-pair if they don't already have one. Red 4 it is. Oh my gosh.
Oh my days. How is it to live in Fedor Holtz's world right now.
This is absolutely brutal for Alex Theologius. If the board runs off Bricky on the river, I think he'll be our bubble boy. No matter what he does here on the tour.
He's got one out.
Kristoff will be able to get away.
I don't see how he ever checks this. It would be a world-class check. And then he would need something like Jack of Clubs to roll off on a river to maybe save him from going broke with the aces.
Even if he checks here, yeah, that's the problem, Henry. He needs a non-brick river to be able to get away from this hand.
What's the one of the best bounty players in the world? Chips. Does Fedor just check jam and just try and stack ace king?
This is what I'm wondering, because on the stone bubble, I don't know if Fedor feels that a king, ace king, or aces would always always bet all rivers. So there is an idea of trying to get the money in now if you think your opponent is value heavy, which, Theologius has taken a very strong line here. He's bet 4 ways after ISOing 3, fired on the turn. I don't see how Vogelsang can continue here 3 ways. If he's ahead, he's dodging a lot of outs, and when he's behind, he's in very bad shape.
Well, he's in attack. Is he thinking of doing something crazy? Biding his time. Sounds going to do something mental. He does. He gets out of the way.
He's out. He's very deliberate. I think he always wants to take the appropriate amount of time to consider all the options.
How does Fedor just not go broke here?
Well, the way he does not go broke is if Fedor just plays call. Because I think if Fedor jams, Alex is not going to be able to get away.
Agreed. Does Fedor feel like Alex has hands that bet fold? Some bluffs. Just wants to keep those in. What did he say? Did he say 1 billion? He did say 1 billion. Just this would be one of the greatest laydowns I've ever seen on the Triumph stage.
What 4x hands does Fedor have? Pre-flop.
All of them.
Which is he call on the flop? Is it all of them?
I think it is. I wouldn't really have been out the tournament, I'll tell you that much.
The nature of this format is maybe the one thing that could save him here. Where he can just come up with so many available 4x hands that don't normally exist.
Yeah, that's a great point. Theologius is deep in the tank. For his tournament life, he would be drawing to just 1 out. So we saw the ace queen folded.
He is giving this genuine, deep consideration.
He knows this was a limped pot. He 5.5x. Sorry, he 5x pre-flop. Fedor called. Flop. He bet out 110k. Kristoff called. Fedor called. Turn 4 of hearts. Fedor's now check jammed. gets the double barrel.
So one thing you may be wondering is, does Fedor ever play a king like this? You know, king 7, something like that. Probably would just continue calling, trying to keep the bluffs in, looking to make aces or ace king cooked. What would you do with his bluff bluffs? Many of them might just raise the flop. Given the nature of the bound?
Yeah, the more I hear you talking, the more I'm just leaning towards call.
This really would be a world-class hold. And credit to Alex for even taking this much time in a decision where I think many players would have to turn it over.
Yeah. I think for those reasons that mentioned, like yesterday we saw Chrissy.
Oh, he lets you go.
Oh my word, that is one of the best folds you will ever see on this stage.
That is highlight reel stuff from the bounty specialist.
Alex Theologist, take a bow. That is world class.
Fold of the series so far?
Mate, I'm struggling to think of it.
He just called 7-4 of spades. His Fedor's like that.
Yeah. I'm struggling to recall a fold in the last year of calling the Triton Super High Roller Series. That is that good. And head on over to Coin Poker. Sign up using the code Triton. Head on over to TritonFreeRoll.com and use that code to be in with a chance for a 25kc. Woo! You could be here joining us in Jeju, showing us your moves.
How good is he going to feel when he sees that?
I believe he just told them that he had aces. Oh,
he's just not going to get rewarded?
This is just ridiculous.
Now, it's possible on the bubble he plants this one.
It's an undergone over.
It's a smaller bubble than usual because,
that's right,
you know, the min cash is less than we normally see. It's just a shame. Just bad timing after making such a great fold. And he's going to be wondering if it was the correct fold after he gets all included. So you don't want to go bounty hunting with 5 million?
I think so. I mean,
so what's the calculus? 80K, roughly what each bounty is worth? Is that right?
correct.
The buy into the tournament was 40K. You started with 200,000 chips, which means more or less 80K is worth 400,000 chips. So that's kind of an overlay. Now he could claim 2 bounties here, so it's almost like there's an 800K overlay if he would have scooped the pot 3 ways. His hand actually does pretty well multi-way. It has robust enough equity in the 3-way scenario. He's going for it.
There's the jam. Gatley is obviously going to call this off. And Theologians making a world-class fold. That's 2 outs.
You can afford 200 to get over 200 in the front side. 23 open
Hold on, because there's another hand going on here. Another Maui. Has King 10, 9-6-4. Jamil's limited with pocket kings.
Leonard Maui was our start of day chip leader.
That's right. This was a raised pot by Jamil. Raised up to 50K. Then have now opted to lead out on this call, saying, hey, this is me, the big blind.
Jim Wheel just jammed here, his hand wanting more protection on the stone bubble than it otherwise would. In an ordinary situation, you do something like a small raise or fall. Here, it's more important just to win the pot. He chooses that option and does so.
All right, well. Holden is in rough shape on the stone bubble. It's so grim to see after making one of the best folds you will see this series. Very next hand gets jacked against kings.
That was my hand. Before? That's why you know, like, I think
They don't think nice.
Look, trying to call it in again.
Everyone happy.
Well, if Fatal does crack these kings, the good news for Alex would be that they chop the mid cash.
Oh, that's right. He's got a 6, does Fedor.
He's got more outs than Alex does.
Same thing.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, same table, you don't chop it, right?
But I like how you think.
Good job.
Yeah, there's more space.
Oh man, poker is just cruel sometimes. Looking like a likely exit. Oh my wow. Are you serious?
This is how he did it in 2016. Fedor.
Wow.
Has 6.4 million.
How many chips are even played?
He has 240 big blinds. He has over double second place in chips.
Alex, he has average stack before that. There's 16 left. Average stack is 1.4. He's got 6.4.
Right? Yeah, you're right.
So he has average for like 3.5 left.
I mean, it's hard to make a mistake here.
Well, thanks, Fatal. Eliminating 2 of my players from the same hand.
Henry's devastated. For fantasy implications, he just can't bear it.
Not with this type though. You know, it's one of those things where I was very sure I had to go with it. Then I thought that feels a bit wrong.
Well, take a look at this. Fatal Holds has 255 bigs. We're in the money. Double elimination. 6-4 suited. Cracking the kings of Gatley and the jacks of Alex Theologist. We're throwing it to a very quick break. Don't go too far. When we return, it's going to be more carnage here in Montenegro.
Poker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton Super World Series in Chief. All you have to do is sign up to Coin Poker using
Oh no.
Quartering's shot was completely unprotected. The janitors were asleep. Quartering pointed this out on his live stream and complained that the janitors didn't show up to service him. He said the mods are asleep. He said that the mods are asleep. He complained that there were no moderators there to clean it up. So it was just a brutal open season. Dash for Jan. Holy. He deleted his Twitter. He's afraid. Whoa, buddy. We got more. Does he not have mods this morning? Chat's all trolls and getting away with it. Oh my god! There's trolls getting away with it in chat! No! Someone's gotta point out that his brightness is fucked and he's glowing. It's the same guy. So this is the thing is you can't tell who's a fan and who's a troll. And this is the great plan. You know, the asymmetrical warfare of this, where the trolling gets ever more sophisticated and subtle, so that Quartering ends up banning his own fans. Here we have low tier Jer. What are the oranges for, fat ass? This is worse than a stoner trying to make a point. How was your weekend, Jer? Jer's completely felt it. If you want to know the truth about it, that's Adam Seller's username, by the way. Lamau, he needs a bra. Look at them tits. Jeremy needs a bra. Low effort. Why is he sniffing so much? None of these people were getting banned. He's 2 scoops full. He needs a bra. His breast needs support. Why does he look so ghostly? He's Janny-less. It was savage. The entire show, he had no janitorial support. It was just never ending. Who watches this unironically? This shit sucks. Oh my god. No, I don't see how they're ruining anything by increasing Jeremy's viewership. Most streamers more successful than Jer have plenty of hate watchers. Now, would one of Jer's real, true, honest fans call him Jer? That's the real question. But it's hard to tell. If you're a moderator, what do you do with a comment like that? Because it's like pro-Jer. But there's a subtle undercut felt, you know?
It's the word Jer now. It's so like.
It's like a slur. He's a Jer. The reason I call him Jer was because in the sales ops, when I used to do door-to-door sales, we called the morons who bought anything Jers. They were Jerrys.
Oh, really?
You know, that's why I call him fucking Jer. Going on conceptual prepper for 5 subs.
I remember I started calling him a Jer Bear. Then Jer Bear. I'm like, yo, use Jer Bear. Let's go. I love Jer Bear.
And then this guy, Nagger Noticer, says because he's a living human being, not a robot, they're getting to him emotionally, and that's why he's become alcoholic. It's easy for me to sit here while they send in dollar chats to bully. This guy's Jer's bravest soldier standing up for him when no one else could.
Yes.
You know,
Mr. Nagger.
Look at this, Timmy, the tool. Oh shit, I forgot to smash the like button to prevent Charlie Kirk from going down. As Jer said, if you didn't smash the like button, Charlie would be in hell. You have to smash the like button to get him to heaven. You've got my morning stream is under attack. Jer to his Jannies via text that Jer brought up on his show that there were no janitors there, and that they would have to start waking up earlier in the morning to support him.
What a giant fat piece of shit. Adding nothing of value. Just like
his eyes are protruding disrespectfully. She sniff. Look at this, like, question mark, bull, orange, question mark. Oh my god. How does this
what's up, everybody? It's Charles Sevanson. Welcome you guys to another episode of the Junior Charles Show, where we cover everything from sports, hot topics, classic debates, entertainment, and we give you guys a fresh perspective on things and how we see them. Let's get straight into this topic here. You know, it's like clockwork. It's like clockwork, and I want us to just think about this for a moment before we dive into the show here. The Lakers get eliminated, right? They get eliminated, and the very next day, all of a sudden, all kind of stories started coming out. Oh, LeBron like this. The Lakers didn't appreciate LeBron. The next day, after LeBron lost, all of a sudden, Dave McMenamin and all of these guys are releasing stories. So some of you are like, what are you referring to? So Dave McMenamin, who covers LeBron, recently chronicled his entire season. He was asking questions in various cities. Went on the Rich Eisen show, where he was revealing the backstory to essentially this rift that took place between LeBron James and the Lakers. And essentially, the story goes as following. After a particular game, I forgot the game that it was, LeBron James, at the end of the game, I think he had eclipsed 1,000 wins or something like that. And JJ Redick had first gotten his I think he reached his first 100 wins. So in the post game of this, they're in the background, back in the locker room, and it looked like JJ was going to give the ball to LeBron. He was basically praising everybody. And then Rob Pelinka comes and gives the game ball to JJ Redick. So for those of you who didn't see that footage, I want to play quickly for you now. Then we'll come back and continue on the show. Great. So apparently, this was something that really pissed off LeBron James. So David McMenamin went on the Rich Eisen show to essentially explain this story. And guys, when I tell you this is one of the most ridiculous stories you'll hear in a while, I'm not even exaggerating. But before we get into his explanation, or his story rather, his breakdown, today's video is brought to you by our sponsor, PrizePicks. All right, guys, the regular season is wrapped up and the NBA playoffs are finally here. Of the NBA. All right, perfect. So what I want to do is I'm going to play this sound for you guys. I want you guys to listen to it, and I'm going to come back and continue on the show. Take a listen to this exchange. How do we jump into this thing? First things first is, why aren't there more than one game ball?
It's a good question.
Wouldn't that have been great?
Yeah.
You know,
hey, had some foresight there.
I understand, like, this is, this would be like, for giving away cards. You get a game ball. But there were so many milestones.
Yeah. So we're talking about March 31st.
Yes, sir.
Lakers beat the Cavs. It completes what ends up, we don't know. You know, at this point, in retrospect, they've now gone 16-2 over a 32-day stretch. And in this game against the Cavs, LeBron James, most wins in NBA history combined, regular season.
And against the Cavs.
Right? 15,000 points for Luka Doncic for his career, 5,000 points for Rui Hachimura, and it secures back-to-back 50-win seasons and 100 wins in JJ Redick's coaching career. So in the post-game locker room, JJ Redick doing a good job and kind of recognizing this group accomplishment is listing off all the things that were done by his team that day. And as JJ's addressing the room, Rob Pelinka takes his turn to address the room, is holding the game ball, and presents it to JJ Redick. Shortly thereafter, LeBron James, who, you know, of course, he arrives to the arena wearing like an outfit, and then showers and changes and stuff, and leaves in that outfit. Well, this night was still in the practice shorts, ice bags on his knees, slide sandals on his feet.
And he walked right out. By the way, Dave McMenamin here on the Rich Eisen show talking about there's a piece that's on ESPN.com that's kind of burning up the entire NBA community, certainly here in Los Angeles, California, live on the Rich Eisen show. So LeBron James walked out with bags of ice on his knees, or he took those off and left? Do we know that?
No. I mean, I saw with my own two eyes. The bags of ice were still on his knees. And so this is like, So to be clear, this isn't because he doesn't think JJ Redick is deserving of a moment. It's not about that at all.
Yes.
He has a great relationship.
And it was a beautiful moment. The video of his children
Yes.
saying, "Congratulations, Dad."
Right.
You know,
Beautiful. It was taken by LeBron to be another example of the Lakers not appreciating him and everything that he does.
Where does that come from?
I think it's from an 8-year relationship that has had a lot of stuff build up. Now, I asked LeBron after Game 4, against the Thunder. He's making the same route out of the arena. This time he's wearing regular clothes. Wearing the same clothes he arrived in.
Right.
And I said, in order for you to come back to play for the Lakers, I understand you're going to have to figure out whether you want to play. I understand you're going to have to both sides will have to figure out what the money. But that aside, is there any static that needs to be cleared up in order for this to move forward? And he said, there's no static for me. And so
I saw that. That was the quote, one of the second to last quotes of your piece.
Right. So I would say that perhaps that means that even though he had this moment, that was a real moment of indignation, is what he felt.
Yeah.
It's not something he can't get over in order to keep playing for the Lakers.
Right.
But the Lakers, you're dealing with one of the best players of all time. Where he goes on the list, that's up for debate. But
ninth, if you saw first take the other day. But okay, keep going.
Yeah. And also someone who has now worked for you for 8 years, been the face of the franchise, delivered a championship, all of those things.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ever going to make the guy feel like you won?
$50 million. He's the highest paid guy on the team.
So that's what the money is for? Are you Don Draper? Is that how you work?
John Ham.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what the money is for. Like, that is in many ways, in many metrics, in sports for sure, the biggest respect you can get is your paycheck. That's number one, I understand. Is any of this born out of the fact of how he found out about the Luka trade?
I haven't been told that specifically.
Okay.
LeBron has on the record said that, of course, if that trade comes across your desk, you make it.
Right.
He understands it as close as he is with Anthony Davis and is to this day. No, I don't really think it's more about once the trade occurred, the way the Lakers went about their business.
So you saw it there. Am I the only one that's confused by this story? Number one. Number two, again, why is this coming out now? Didn't this happen a while ago? Why did you guys release the story before? Do you know why? Here's my hunch as to why they're releasing it now. I think they did this for a few reasons. Number one, to distract people that LeBron just got swept and became the first father and son duo to get swept together. And secondly, because they wanted to distract people from that. And secondly, they wanted to shift blame. That's because now we're not talking about him being swept. Now it's about, how the Lakers mistreated him. They could have released the story at any point. But they chose the next day after the game to release the story, which means that this was something that was planned. Everything with these guys is strategic. That's the first. Now let's get to the other part of it. You guys heard the story of LeBron leaving Miami with cookies, right? You guys heard it, right? This is insanity. This isn't, even if you listen to Rich Eisen and Sound, he's like, he felt unappreciated. He's like, unappreciated? Bro, he's getting paid $50 million a year. They drafted your son. He's talking about you felt unappreciated. So in that moment, JJ couldn't have that moment. And he's like, well, I'm upset. Well, Rob didn't trade. He drafted Ron, unless maybe I missed something. Does LeBron own the Lakers? Because it's almost making it seem like as if it was like, it's my right to have him on my team. Is he your team? I told you guys. Drama always follows this guy wherever he goes. Wherever he goes. And I refuse to believe that Laker fans are loving all of this. Yesterday we had a cacophony of different voices. Stephen A. Smith, Nick Wright, Shannon Sharp. The whole media was telling us how LeBron's success time in the Lakers with the Lakers was a major success. Guys, do you know LeBron's playoff record with the Lakers since he joined is 32-31. He has a below 500 playoff record. below 500. But if you leave it to these guys, they'll tell you, "Oh my God, this was a huge success." We haven't seen anything like this. It's getting pretty sad right now because maybe in the past these antics weren't apparent. Now you guys are pretty good. Like you guys need to come up with a new color. We're seeing through what you guys are doing with the timing of all of this. Come on, man. It's a little bit ridiculous. You guys need to do something better than this.
Chẳng lời ạ. Dạ, cáiห้องน้ำแล้วตอนเนี้ยคือของคุณสวยนะ thank you very much ค่ะ Today everyone say a lot market very beautiful แบตเตอรี่ก็จะหมดแล้วนะแบตเตอรี่ยังไม่ฟินิชแล้วนะไอคอนเสิร์ตนะไอคอนเสิร์ตนะafter work หนูให้คอนเสิร์ตนะจะไม่มีโอกาสเงียบไกลใครจะมาร้องเพลงได้ตั้งเยอะตั้งแยะต้องชาร์จแบตเตอรี่แล้วนะต้องชาร์จแบตเตอรี่ก่อนเนาะชาร์จแบตเตอรี่พอคอนเสิร์ตafter work เนาะชาร์จแบตเตอรี่ดีกว่าเดี๋ยวชาร์จแบตเตอรี่ดีกว่าก่อนเลยชาร์จแบตชาร์จแบตรี่ก่อนแบตเตอรี่ยังไม่ฟินิชค่ะไอ้พวกแบตเตอรี่ยังไม่ฟินิชwe should charge battery first after workshop have concert again okay concert เดี๋ยวคอนเสิร์ตจะมีคอนเสิร์ตแล้วนะลิตบิดสโลซองนะลิตบิดแสน Maybe Tuesday this week or next week Tuesday I have live stream again Tuesday นะคะ Maybe at night เนาะ night live stream in the market new market I see big market new market อ่ะไม่มานะมีแท็บดี้โค้งคือเอฟนิดเป็นแท็บดี้เหรอโอ้ลูกไรแท็บดี้เนาะเป็นเซนแท็บดี้เนาะเหมือนแท็บดี้เลยwho watching concert again นะคะ everyone now charge battery first charge battery first แบตเตอรี่ยังหมดที่นี่นะ everyone ตอนนี้ก็จะหมดชาร์จเลยเดี๋ยวเก็บอันนี้แบตเตอรี่จะหมดแล้วก็ชาร์จแบตเตอรี่ก่อนแบตเตอรี่ยังหมดที่นี่ชาร์จแบตเตอรี่ first everyone ปวดเสียงปวดตรงนี้นี่มาลูก เป็นแบตเตอรี่นะคะคิดว่าแบตเตอรี่มาแบตเตอรี่เนาะมาแบตเตอรี่แต่โมฟินิสมาแบตเตอรี่โมฟินิสจ้าเข้าอยู่อันแรกเลยก็นะไอโอนทำห้องน้ำก่อนค่ะ
Was open but raised it up to 110k on the bottom. Then Trangler's pulled. He covers multiple players. Poseidon splits it in. I believe Zhao got out of the way, but that surprises me because there is a bounty. No, he's got chips in. He's got cards. Ace, King, Jack, 2 spades. Razor, and there is a side plot now between himself and Trangler joust him out.
This is interesting, right? With Poseidon Ho all in for 35k, everybody gunning for that bounty. But like you just said, there's already a side plot brewing, so even more incentive to fight for the extra chips.
No money going in on the flop.
Joao's got great composure at the table. I like the way he sits and just the way he holds himself.
I'm only, I want to say, recently exposed to him at the Triton stop that we held in the Bahamas. He picked up a title. Great composure. Very talented poker player. Actually, I believe is on Zhao, though the camera's not open.
I think corrected. Yeah, Joao did like a very sort of delicate middle finger tap, I think.
A pot-sized bet from open.
Poseidon hates to see anyone putting chips in the pot unless he's got a monster.
Let's have a look. Open's going to win the side pot.
It's an ace for Poseidon.
That's a good hand to have. Top pair. And I don't see any paint for Orpin. Looks like 10-7.
Yeah, Orpin bluffing his way to that side pot win. Poseidon, how happy to see that. He quadruples up, excuse me.
GG's Poseidon. The spin up.
Yeah, he's just got up to about 135k with that one. Maybe a little more.
I do love a spin up story. So blinds are going to be going up to 15k, 30k, I believe.
This is a 7-handed event, so we are just one away from that 2-table redraw. Often we redraw at 16. This tournament, it's at 14.
Love to see J&T here as well.
Oh yeah, always. Well, especially when he's on my fantasy team. So it's Holtz at the top with 6.5. Leonard, second place, 3.03. Nobody else over 2 million. But Fedor is attacking with an 8 deuce offsuit. He wants more bounties. He says 5 is not enough. 5 pulls at that 400K top price.
We have to play back again. Okay. We unite again.
Alex, I'm doing pretty well. I don't want to
Oh, man.
count my chickens before they hatch, but I'm currently 36th overall.
Who do you have? Do you have Fedor?
I don't.
Feels like you need Fedor to win this week. Or today, I should say.
Well, the thing is that's not technically the case because he came in as one of the biggest stacks. He came second. So you don't get booster points. If you have Messi captain, sure, you get that 1.25x on the base points. So if he does close this out, obviously you get 100 base points. But conversely, you're 679 out of 700 teams.
Let's see. We should have put in a penalty in our commentators group for finishing last each day, but I'm glad we didn't. Dirty diaper for Fedor just getting through. So that indicates he is playing 100% of the deck. Credit to Nicholas Rigby, who coined that term, famously using it as he went deep multiple times in the WSOP main event. He was a relative unknown, but gained a cult following with those 2 runs, which it is.
Okay, Randy's doing okay. Randy's 148th. Oh, sorry, no, he's 204th.
Guys, we may lose Henry. He may quit his job as a Triton commentator to become a full-time Triton grinder of the fantasy app. He's going to be looking for cash games and sit goes to get involved in with other players.
Yeah.
See who will take his action. Have you been running algorithms on the right strategy yet?
No, not yet. I don't think I'll ever take it that far. That seems pretty boring to me. Does it not?
Yeah, I'm more of a field player, but if I start getting buried, I might need to turn to some math. 4-way pot here. Even following a limp from Ponikov's, Fedor is willing to limp behind with the Doyle. All right, here we go. The godfather of poker, noted poker author, Mount Rushmore player. Still playing a good amount with his son Todd, mixed game player.
You do?
Yeah, Todd plays a lot of the mixed game tournaments at WSOP.
Got a bit of an action flop here. Jack 10 4. I say action flop, just ace high, but 40 with middle pair, Fedor with middle pair with that Doyle. Full Sam's got a live flush draw.
Ponikov's firing at this board with nothing. 4 ways, a bit surprising to me. No heart in hand. Fedor is a very weak second pair. The problem with playing hands like 10 deuce, it goes without saying, is you're in a bit of no man's land a lot. You're never going to have good kickers. Hard to have backdoor equity. Only the middle pair, good kicker, queen of hearts in hand, too much hand, and then Purple's hand must be wondering, 3 players have put money in the pot. My 5-high flush draw is no good sometimes.
Definitely some reverse implied odds, right?
Feels a bit that way, doesn't it? But still, perhaps the price is too compelling. Range is so wide pre-flop. This is such an interesting format. He makes the call. So how often is it, Henry, that we see a 4-way limped pot at this level and then 4 players taking the turn? It just feels so unusual, doesn't it?
You just wouldn't really see this in any other format, it feels like. Wolfsang actually picking up a gut shot on the turn to go along with his flush draw. Ponikov's surely feeling like, maybe I can just, get out of this one.
Well, interestingly enough, I think if Ponikovs could somehow find a big bet here, he just wins.
So
Well, no, Vogel's saying we could probably continue with the combo draw with that gut shot acquired, but I just don't see how Monaco's can fire again here. Thoughts?
Is the story that Ponakovs is trying to sell here that he's limped first in, so he has the most traps? He has kings, aces, all of those big pocket pairs.
I think it's exactly the story. It's just, and he feels that a lot of the strong made hands would have raised him on the flop. This is a very creative and impressive find from Ponakovs, as I don't see how Paulie V can continue here with Queen 10.
I'm not sure that Vogelsan can either. 240 of 525.
Maybe that gut shot just gives him enough reason to continue. Naked flush draws would now fold. Let's see, what's the play? Oh, wow. You're right. He gets out of the way, so it was impressive stuff from Alex Ponakovs. With ace-9, no heart.
Pre-flop. Fader asking how many aces do you get? Did not have aces.
I don't think anyone put him on an ace-9 offsuit there.
Honest guy, Ponakovs.
Fedor mixing it up. Sometimes limping, sometimes raising. Always playing every hand. Here he comes in with a raise. How much fun must he have?
Has he played 100% of hands?
Yes.
He has,
I
right?
think so, yeah. It would be great to get statistics on that, but I'm pretty confident that he has.
Ponakovs is going to defend. We're going to head to an outer table real quick because post 3 is all in against Jamil Wakil. Oh, wait. Sorry. Wow, that scared me for a second. I thought Jamil had river 2 pair.
Yeah, that was a weird
That was scary.
graphics just flipped on us.
And 3 deuce as Jamil picks up outs. Needs a king, 6, or a 5 to eliminate the Thai superstar in 15th. Doesn't find it, but that's going to double.
It's a roller coaster start to the day for Jamil Wakil. Won a lot of pots early. Takes a bit of a hit there at the hands of 5-time champ, 6-time champ, excuse me, from that one too.
It's okay, you could be mistaken. Recently picked up that 6th title. It takes us a while, right? We get so used to talking about that 5-time champion club and how congested it was for so long, and it just felt like nobody was ever going to get it done.
Right.
And then finally, Luna gets it done in Jeju, and then what happens? Not even, I think it was the very next tournament, not even 24 hours removed, Ivinger ships the main event to join him in that 6-time champion club.
Just yesterday, Danny Tang was oh so close. Just a river card away against Mario Mosbach. Ponakovs, by the way, has had a great start to the series so far in terms of making deep runs. This is his 3rd cash.
Ping pong galore, because we're hearing the words all in somewhere else in the room. I believe it was Shurinkau jamming. Action is on Mickey P. Oh, he's made the call. He's got kings. Shurinkau's got pocket jacks.
Second time we've seen that. The other time, Fedor was involved with his 6-4 suited and ousted them both.
Mickey just looking to hold here. 10, 8, 6. Safe flop for the kings. Sweaty turn is at 9 would now give the jacks a straight. Deuce on the river means sea open. I believe, Alex, does that bring us down to 14?
It does, yeah. And
Get felted, Jer. Arbo movies.
You better sign up on locals. When are you thinking of doing it? This weekend?
Yeah,
or?
Sunday. We need 18.
If we get it, we need 18 more signups to the locals. And remember, all of the locals money goes directly to our editor so that he can continue to create the clips that are being distributed all over social media by the Hydra Network, which is being very successful. And I would say the Hydra Network right now is getting way more views than we ever got on our original clip channel. Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks, Jeremy.
And Flake is in DMs with all them helping them out with SEO or ideas. One of the Hydra channels actually promoted the locals 30 minutes before I went live, helping me gain more viewers and more. So guys, thank you. I would suck all your dicks if I could. All right. Just kidding. All right.
Are you though? Buddy?
By the way, Ash, I want to apologize to you. You go, stop with no Phil. We can't do Phil. I tried doing Phil yesterday with Psycho. And I was like, oh yeah. I forgot.
There's a reason we're not doing Phil anymore. This guy is the most boring bum of all time. But he's still on the internet, Jeremy. So look at your future, buddy. You have a long future ahead of you, Jeremy Hambley, as the next Philip Burnell. Because Raw Jer today, his chat was going faster than Jer's chat at 9 a.m. Because Raw Jer had 250 real viewers. And Hambley didn't even probably have half that.
Right, funniest guy in Raw Jer chat. His name is Dead Air Jer. And every time Jer went silent, he went, you rang?
Whoa, buddy.
Dead Air Jer is the funniest. And he was like adamant when everyone was silent, you rang? Raw Jer chat
got
is
Slogan Knob for 10 subs. And Sneeden says PvP forced Josh to review the clown pussy tranny cartoon show, bitch.
Whoa.
Well, maybe that's what the next Kiwi Casino will be. We've been talking about what's it gonna be, or like, is it gonna be about complaining about taxes? I'm like, I don't know. It's a little dry, Josh. You know, is it gonna be a sector deep dive? I'm like, yeah, but on who in the sector? You know, we're talking about what the next episode will be, and I'm just being a lazy fuck and focusing all of my attention on Jeremy Hambley. And I know Josh is busy battling the fucking skeleton chair cuckold or whatever the fuck. So it is what it is. But soon enough, we're gonna get the Kiwi Casino back together. Probably
It's so good.
Probably next week, and it'll be on Gumroad, so we'll figure it out.
Oh, by the way, so I edited a Jer app today, right? So now I'm helping Ash with the Jer apps, right? That's all we're doing. But I gotta say,
For now.
You are. Yeah, for now. And we're gonna move on soon, I promise, at some point.
When he stops freaking out every day. Yeah.
I know. I was editing Jer here and there, but you would watch the show, right? Can I just say, you are a saint. Because the parts that are funny are the worst content, I think, on YouTube. Like, I actually, at one point, he talked about, I left it in for a second so I can remind myself when we watched the clip. He talked about stamps for 25 minutes. The price of stamps went up 79 cents to 82 cents, and he did a 30-minute segment on it.
They did like 7 minutes on foods that start with the letters T and H.
They did not.
They did. They actually did that on Thursday. Because Jer is such an alcoholic wet brain that he forgot that Thirsty Thursday exists. So he's like trying to riff off the Taco Tuesday theme, but couldn't come up with any foods that start with TH, even though like Thirsty Thursday he must know. But maybe he, I don't know, like it's just wet brain. And then like they couldn't think of Thai food. So it was brutal. It was like...
bunch of facial expressions that Mark was doing, but that's not a terrible. He's got my kind of my cadence down a little bit. It doesn't sound like me, but like I get where he's going.
It's a little bit like, hey, boo boo, I'm talking to you.
Yes. I don't know if I sound like that, but
well, now I'm hearing it. God damn it! God damn you after that.
I like Tommy Afters very much. I think they're doing. I think it's shtick a little bit. I think he's playing a bit of a character.
I think so. We're in that guy we don't mention here's territory here. You know that.
Yes, I don't want to. There are a lot of people I find funny that I get what they're doing, and I'm like, hey, buddy, let's talk. Come on the show, and they just hate me for a long time. So I don't want Tommy Afters to fall in that category. But I did a good job with this whole thing. He played clips of my Joke World interview. And he was like, right here, I can tell Blind Mike's falling asleep. I thought that was very funny. But they mentioned me. Yeah, I forget what this is.
This is your new nickname, Mike, which, by the way, also doesn't stick.
Yeah, thank Casey Day for this. When you ask about imaging, I lose control. I have no control of what goes up on the screen. I mean, to be fair to Casey, you can become a gearhead on Patreon or YouTube right now. So I get because I did it to myself. But, it doesn't need to be in everyone's face. But they did notice a very subtle thing in our imaging for the program there.
I was getting trolled, I guess, but I couldn't believe what was happening. So it was a wild, wild show. And, of course, I watched, like, if anybody sent me anything, they're talking about they're watching it. I watched it. Blind Mike was involved. For being blind, excellent. Excellent. Did you know that there's gears spinning? Did you notice like his motif, his gears spinning with Blind Mike? It's a YouTube channel. You never noticed that?
Briefly.
But I've heard about this. I found out it's because his last name is Lugnut. Did you know that?
No, that's a stage name.
I don't know. I think it's a
fake name. Like I would choose that.
His sound effect, not my sound effect. Yeah, that was his sound. No, see, I have to say it now.
Mike Lugnut. Blind Mike the Lugnut. And so shout out to Lugnuts.
Shout out to Tommy Afters. I think they did a good job. We seem to have some similar interests. So maybe we'll be talking about them again in the future. But I enjoy what Tommy Afters is doing. Go check them out on After Tonight every Wednesday.
Mikey Lugs could stick. I'd be careful. Be careful.
We'll see. Of all the names, Mike Lugnut, I'm not in love with it. It doesn't feel like it has staying power. But you guys are in control of it, I suppose.
I like how he put pen to paper.
Yeah, he's getting the word. Yeah.
I like his Leno impression. That's my favorite part.
Yes, yeah. That's a good show.
I like it.
At Back Divinity coming in with $4.99. Great intro, DJ E. Have a good show, guys. I'll be listening to audio later.
American
So much, Benji. At Last Dabbler Sandy, also $4.99. Sorry for being late. Was watching P Dabbler with Garmick. Yeah.
Oh, is he on right now?
Oh, he's been on. It's been a moment.
Oh, what?
Garmick.
Oh, I thought you meant Tukey. I thought Tukey was live right now. So.
Well, yeah, he's on Karmic's show.
Mike
Or
Carmen's
was.
voice.
I think it's done now.
Mike, right now, Carmen's voice sounds something like an alien mixed with a Muppet. Like he is breaking himself and talked himself into a voice I've never heard before. And I'm not telling people to go check it out, but you will see clips of it this week.
What's the scuttlebutt? What's going on with those two? I don't know.
Alicia broke up with him.
I knew that. He's still spiraling?
Oh, yeah.
Tukey there to console.
Last terrible super chat.
At PSA 8 Chad for $2. Thank you, Mike, for saving us from a shitty PC rant.
No, listen, we don't deserve it, is what I'm saying. Like, it would be too good for us. I say go to Hack Ride's channel and you'll get it.
Fuck you, Jeff. Alright. Time for a little matter.
Well, if you got Matarese check-in, this will be quick. But I just, I left you guys hanging. You were all excited. I know Electrify. I keep calling you
my voicemail?
No. I know Electra's very excited. I know some other people may have called in as well and left voicemails because Joe Matarese is moving back to Philadelphia and needs us to be a part of it for some reason. We are part of the decision making. It's amazing. We're part of the decision making. Like Electra has more say in this than apparently his wife does, which I find very interesting. But this is just a quick update. 3 guys, 3 friends, 1 booth is back after a 3 or 4 week hiatus. It's always good to start a podcast and then have no consistency when you come back. But they're back after a bit of a break, and there wasn't much going on this episode, but I just wanted to update you guys on the road back to Philly.
No control. Now, I started a side podcast called The Road Back to Philly, and didn't even tell my wife. And all her friends are calling her like, "What's this fucking shit? You guys are moving?" Yeah. And I'm like, "Yeah, I want to move in 5 years back."
You never coming back.
I want to move back to South Jersey or Philly. I want to live in Center City in an apartment. Because my wife has to go to New York City a lot for her job, so it's like if we live there, you just get on the freaking train, you go up, and you come back. Yeah, when I met her, she lived in the city.
So why won't she come back?
Well, because her sister
She has a job. She's supporting the family. She's putting 2 kids through college. She's supporting you. Why not just give in to that one and be like, I guess we gotta live where you want, honey. I understand, you should be a man and have some say. But if your wife entirely funds your, dream to pretend you're a stand-up comedian, then maybe you say, live in the neighborhood she wants, instead of this obsession with Philly. Well, you're not even actually from Philly. You're from South Jersey. I get that they kind of claim Philadelphia, but, it is weird to be like, I'm just such a Philly guy. I'm so entrenched in Philly. Where are you from? A different state.
No, it's just he's claiming something. He's not even from there?
He's from South Jersey, which I know if you're from South Jersey, it's just easier to say Philadelphia. Like, I grew up in Western Mass, which is essentially a different state than Eastern Mass. But it's just easier if you're out of town for people to be like, where are you from? It's like, oh, Boston area. Like, it's just easier. And I guess that's Philadelphia to South Jersey.
Is there a tax benefit to moving from where he is to Pennsylvania? I've heard Philadelphia's awful. Why would you move to Philly?
Is it better than New York though? Probably. Right? But I'm sure not much. But
I live by the beach in Los Angeles.
move. Let's continue. Maybe it starts to make sense. What do we explore?
Your family's all there.
Your family's
That's
here.
the part. I know. I said I live near your family while we raised our kids for 20 plus years. I think I should get to be able to live near my friends and family for the next part of our
How's
life.
that work?
I want to live in Florida for 3 months too. She's in for that.
It's funny. That's kind of a way, like when you start dating someone that you feel like your family and your friend. After 20 years, they haven't kind of become your family, Joe. It's not like you know, like you're saying. Are you saying to your kids like, "Oh, we're visiting your mom's family tonight"? Like you're kind of one big happy family. No, you haven't built a bond with them after 2 decades.
Next one up, the fan base.
Well, this is the thing. This is what he's got to tell his wife. Like, listen, I know, you've been supporting us essentially solely. Like, I'm sure Joe makes some money on doing the road, and by the road I mean southern New Jersey. Like, Joe makes a few dollars, I'm sure, but his wife is really the one paying the bills here. But how do you gotta appease the fan base? If you want Joe to flourish, and he's gonna need something from you, sweetheart.
I mean, you better tell your wife you gotta make this move.
Well, no, this is an assumed move because my daughter's only going into 9th grade. I got 4 more years.
Oh, all right.
It's a 4-year podcast curve.
Okay.
Go back to Philly.
Doing those jokes about your.
Himself up for 5 years of arguing. For the next 5 years, like maybe just start to casually mention this. Gently nudge her in that direction. Why start arguing now? Can we please move to Philadelphia so that I can say I'm an Eagles fan?
I love that, like, he does mundane stuff. Like, I'm calling the cable companies in Philly today. What are the pricing like in 4 years? What's that?
How much Philly content can you do? What's this podcast?
The world will be different in 4 years. How can you prepare? I mean,
I actually looked for that podcast. We're back to Philly. I couldn't find it.
well, he doesn't put them out. That would be
He said he started it already.
I know. That's the weird thing about Joe. He's like, I started a podcast. He promoted it. He gave a voicemail line, which he did I don't know what. We've started to learn here that Electra is known for her completely vulgar and crass language. I don't know what she left on that voicemail.
It was amazing.
Well, racing was part of it. Did you learn that about your original? Horrible race.
Horrible.
So God knows what she said to Joe Matarese. Delete that.
only your pussy is racist, man.
Jesus.
You'll be out. You're by yourself. Oh, yeah, I don't want to be divorced.
No.
I need great medical benefits as well.
Is that why you married her?
She's got a PhD. She makes good
You got ADHD. She's got a PhD.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You could just be a comic and just travel.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, though. You don't want to live in the wrong. My fan base is starting to grow down here, and I just decided recently, I'm like, I don't want to perform for anybody except Philly stuff. You got to be a Philly sports fan, or I don't want to do comedy.
You think Shane Gillis is playing Lincoln Financial Field in June? And I can hear them already chanting, Joe, 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 Joe. We don't want you, Shane. Joe is Philly's first son.
It is so nice in Philly to outsiders, by the way.
My fan base is really growing in Philly. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so that's our Joe Matarese update. I don't know much. But as I mentioned before, that is the best version of his podcast. No, it's not good. People always misconstrue what I say. When I say it's the best version, they mistake me. They go, Mike likes it and thinks it's good. No, of course not. But based on the Joe Matarese scale, it's one of the better versions of the podcast that he's done. So, Joe, stick with it. You got a swell group of guys around you. Get a little snuff on, whoever that is. So, it's going to be big guts. Yeah. So, Joe, keep at it, is all I'm saying. All right. Should we get into some real news now? Can we start the show?
Yes. Joe Rogan is saying some things.
Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn. So I didn't think much of this clip when I first saw it circulating. And I just thought it was whatever. I didn't think to talk about it. And then someone messaged me saying Theo responded to it, which I found surprising. And Theo's response was harsher than I would have expected. So we'll talk about that. But first, let's see the clip from the Joe Rogan Experience the other day where he talks about Theo Vaughn. And just a quick, for anyone that doesn't remember, we talked about it on the program. Remember Theo had like what seemed like kind of a meltdown where he was on stage, he was filming his Netflix special, and he mentioned the idea of suicide, and people said he bombed and he freaked out, and it was a terrible show. And he came out and addressed it and said it wasn't as bad as people were making it out, but it was like a tough set. And, he wasn't being literal when he said that about killing himself. But since then, he's kind of seemed like he's in a weird place. He did a very I guess you'd call it touching thing about his mom a few weeks ago that even made like Owen Benjamin become normal and respond to it. So Theo's been in a weird place for a little while. I think he's a guy that got very famous very quickly. I know he's been around for a long time, but like he skyrocketed the last couple of years. Like that podcast really took off to a different stratosphere in the last couple of years. And it seems like Theo's having a tough time adjusting to it, and Rogan talked about that on his podcast.
You know, I saw this clip and I actually slid it to Theo's DMs and I said,
It's everywhere. All right, we're talking to a cartoon today.
So break his heart too. Break his heart too. Watch out, Theo.
Theo Vaughn's going through the exact same thing. Last time he was on the podcast, he was explaining it to me. It freaks me out because I know Theo has had conversations before, like even publicly. He had a Netflix taping, and it didn't go well. It was like they actually they shelved it. They never used it. And there was always stories from people that were there saying he bombed. I think he just had kind of a breakdown. And then he was talking to the crowd. There's a video where he said, the people were shaking, hey, we still love you. Thank you. Look, I'm trying not to take my own life. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Yeah. And like, you hear stuff like that, and you just go like, oh, Jesus Christ. I've known too many people that I didn't think were going to kill themselves and then did. And then he goes down these spirals and starts talking about world events and freaking out. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, I got to help this dude. And so I send him things about people getting off of them, and apparently there's some doctors that specialize in getting people off of them. But here's the thing about that chemical imbalance thing. That's not real. They used to think that was what these things do, that they treated a chemical imbalance. But then recently, studies have shown that that is not what they do.
Well, just to poof back on Joe. And where Joe gets a lot of shit, and I've never really understood it. People will hear this and be like, oh, he's giving medical advice. It's like, no, he's just a guy talking about something that I think he's wrong about. So I don't know why people take him so literally. I get he has a big platform, but he's a pothead, dummy comedian, the MMA commentator. Don't take him literally on this stuff. Like, I think he's wrong, and I'm going to disagree with him, but I'm also probably not wrong. I'm not a doctor either. But I was on, SSRIs, right? I was on Wellbutrin for a couple years to treat anxiety and depression. And for me, it had seemingly a positive effect. Now, maybe it was all mental. Maybe therapy helped me more than the medication. I can't tell you how much the medication actually helped. But, like, my life improved during the time that I was on it. So for me, it did help. For some people, I've heard take the same medication and have a horrible time. And it has negative effects on it. So I think it's different for different people. Joe just has a habit of talking in these blanket statements. This is effective. This is not effective. Whereas different and certain things work for certain people. The disconnect with me is where people are like, he's giving medical advice again. It's just having a conversation that you can say he's wrong about. But the reason I didn't really blink at this segment, I just kind of assumed this was stuff that Theo talked about. And we'll get to evidently that not being the case. But let's finish this clip first.
That is not what they do. They don't exactly know what they do. And they kind of numb you in some sort of a way that helps some people.
Yeah, so that was all. I didn't take that as over the line until I saw Theo's tweet where I was very surprised. And he's always seemed to have a good relationship with Joe Rogan, but he tweeted this Friday night.
Yeah, he said, this is mostly capped.
I had to look now at the age. I had to look that up. I mean, lying, I guess.
I was gonna look it up, but then I saw someone in the comments comment on it. I'm like, thank you. This is mostly capped. Sad to see this kind of stuff. I'm doing great. I'm a human being, which is a rocky ride, but I'm doing fine. Thanks.
Now, to Joe's credit, where he said, and I think Joe's coming from a good place, where genuine concern, where he's like, there are a lot of people in my life that have said they're doing fine that we're not, and I can attest to that. There are some people that make jokes about their mental state, but are kind of being serious. I fell into that category where, like, you can joke about stuff, and it might not even be a pressing issue at the moment, but it comes from a place of reality. Maybe that's the category Theo's in. Maybe it's not. I do think Joe is coming from genuine concern. It is a little weird if you were really worried about the guy and you're not certain what he's talked about publicly with medication. It's weird to go on the biggest podcast in the world and be like, Theo's medication is bullshit, and I think he's in a bad.
Robbie. I like that tee he's sporting. We wore the same one on stream the other day.
Big fan of the Triton merch in general.
It's comfortable, sleek. Yeah, a lot of color options. So this is kind of the norm, Henry, a four-way affair. Every pot feels like it's been 4 or 5 ways.
Well, bless you,
I did mute the mic for that one, luckily. But might have even leaked into your microphone.
Ricochet through mine, no worries. Top pair for Fedor. With ace of spades in hand, may decide to start doing something, but he's going to check. If Fedor can bet here, it might shed everyone bar Monaco's, but should shade. Should shed everyone bar Monaco's.
Should shed.
Wow.
So Vogelsang has a gut shot, and for this price, perhaps he feels they are betting just over 20%.
Go chasing gut shots for this price.
You are correct.
For Bonakovs, we have a couple of options on the table, to be honest with you. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't hate check raising here with this combo. It was very quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is definitely thematic solver type stuff where just the naked ace of the suit on a two-tone board often activating, but Fedor is not going to go anywhere with the top pair.
This is the combo that Fedor could have maybe just checked in position. Top pair weak kicker as played. Makes the call. There's 5-10 in the middle. See attack card dealer. 69 of hearts, and surely that freezes the action.
Difficult for Bonakovs to keep betting on this card because most of his 9x we would expect just to call, facing the bet from Fedor. And now the really strong hands, the 2-pair combinations that he might have had, are reduced in combos. Fedor in that classic spot where, on the one hand, he wants to get some protection, value from his hand. On the other, he's a little worried about, facing that double check raise or just not getting called by too many worse hands. But I would think he may lean towards just a small bet here. Something also reasonable. He does like to check.
Oh, hello. Hello, Ace of Clubs. How's your day going, Ponakovs?
Not only does Ponakovs improve to the best hand, but he has plenty of weak hands that could have played this way. So many straight flush draws available. It may not look like the ace connects with him super often, but he did limp from first position.
You're beating all of the top gut shots and combo draws, like Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10.
Yeah, Fedor cannot. Yeah, that's just a snap call for back place.
Upside down smile. Cheap.
Quick was cheap.
Fedor.
Put him on.
Oh, you gotta love it.
Some of these contemplative looks we get from a lot of players here today after the hand are great.
Actually, think paper 1,000 words start outs. Yeah. Sometimes you don't need to call your opponent a foul word. You can just throw a glass their way. They know. J&T, Cowboys. 40 bigs. Seven-handed at this feature, six-handed at the other. Keeping tabs on table two whenever there is an all-in call confrontation. Ponakov's going to defend. Doesn't flop anything on the ace jack 3. Low club in sight.
I think that doesn't impact with them. He's
He's just going to take it down. Some fun bounty stats for you, or pick his Shkobu. He's only ever cashed once in a bounty event, but he has won 590k bounties. Incredibly, in Vietnam 2023, he failed to cash, but had busted a player on day 2, took his pawn, opened an envelope worth 250k. No 250k bounties in this one. There's a top prize of 400,000, 2 times 200,000, 3 times 100,000, 6 80k bounties, and 16 40k bounties. There is times $0, but draw again.
Knives under the gun for Sultanov. He and Joao Simao wearing identical hoodies. Both wearing shades.
Both similar shades as well. I mean,
is this a staged effort?
He's going to limp in. The problem with this limp for me is that because he's a short stack, it just feels like he's always going to get picked on. He's always going to get isolated.
True. True, but perhaps just looking to limp raise over an ISO and maybe get it in really good.
There is the ISO. It's got a Tarantula, Oracle Sack. Ponakov's going to get out of there, as will J&T. And a snap fold from Sultanov.
Okay. I expected maybe limp call or limp jam, but playing it a little bit defensively. Sultanov maybe wanting to wait for a really strong hand, knowing that people are going to be fighting over his bounty, and he's going to get that extra overlay with weak hands calling.
He jumps small for the next little bit.